Chapter 1286. Lin Che was actually worried about her TV series, but she couldn't do anything about it. She had already done what she could, so there was nothing else she could do. While Lin Che was sitting there looking at the computer, Gu Jingze was at her side. He placed the cut fruits on the table and brought her the yogurt. He leaned against the computer and said, "How is it? You look so worried." Lin Che said, "It seems that their TV series is really good. I watched the first few episodes and it's not bad. Besides, the novels are very popular and have their own reputation." Gu Jingze hugged her. "What about yours? Do you think it's bad?" "How can that be? It's definitely a work of conscience." "Then it's fine." "What's fine?" "It's the worst when you're not confident in yourself. Come here." Gu Jingze put his arm around Lin Che's shoulders and made her stand in front of the mirror. Lin Che looked at herself in the mirror. "What's wrong? Look at you. You've lost your original look these days because of these things." Yes, her reflection in the mirror was obviously much dimmer. Gu Jingze said, "Let's find a place to go." Lin Che said, "Okay, where are we going?" "No destination. Let's go after we get dressed. Come on." Lin Che nodded and got up to put on her clothes. Her clothes were simple, but she was worried that she would be recognized, so she deliberately disguised herself. She put on a hat and a mask. She could still tell who she was if she looked carefully, but most people didn't pay attention to others on the road. However, she couldn't be too eye-catching, so she chose low-key clothes. If she wore something with dark colors, she might not be recognized at first glance. Gu Jingze drove her outside. When they saw a shopping mall, he stopped the car and pulled her into a movie theater. There weren't any special movies recently, but he still pulled her into the theater. Lin Che felt that it was good to relax outside. She carefully selected and found that there weren't many popular or interesting movies, so she chose a Hollywood blockbuster. The seats they chose were a little near the front. Because they came late, the seats in the back were all occupied. Gu Jingze sat in the front and watched. Gu Jingze held her hand all the time. Although the plot was old-fashioned, it was tight, and it was easy for him to relax. The two of them watched for a while, but just as they were engrossed in watching, the people in front of them suddenly started chatting with each other, guessing the plot, guessing the male and female leads, and even laughed out loud. Later on, they stopped laughing and started making phone calls. The girl called for a long time, but the other party couldn't hear her. She even increased her volume, and the person who listened was very annoyed. Lin Che frowned. Although she had seen people complaining on the internet that they would encounter such weirdos while watching movies, this was the first time she had encountered such a weirdo. He turned back to take a few glances, but the girls didn't move, and the guys were eating popcorn, not caring at all. It was as if he saw Lin Che staring at him, so he took a few more glances at Lin Che. As for the girl, she was still talking to someone on the phone. Lin Che muttered, "There are still people with such low morals nowadays." Gu Jingze frowned and turned around to take a look. He coughed dryly, but it was useless. Then, he narrowed his eyes, turned around completely, and stared at the girl on the phone. The girl was still saying, "Aya, today's movie was especially trashy. Don't mention it." Yes, next time let's go together." Then, she saw Gu Jingze at the side. She was stunned at first. Looking at Gu Jingze's perfect silhouette in the dark and his deep eyes, her heart seemed to tremble for a moment. Then, she said, "Okay, I'll hang up first." Her heart was beating fast, and she hung up immediately. Then, she sat there, looking obediently in Gu Jingze's direction, not saying a word. Lin Che glanced sideways. What was wrong with Gu Jingze? Why was the person behind him so obedient and disobedient? He turned back to look, and saw that the girl was looking at the back of Gu Jingze's head with a love-struck expression, as if she could see through him. Lin Che let out a chuckle. He finally understood. She held on to Gu Jingze, pursing her lips and looking at him. Gu Jingze said softly, "What's wrong?" Lin Che shook his head and shushed her. It turned out that beauty could be used as a weapon. She thought of this in her heart. She looked ahead. After there was no more noise, her mood became much better. When they went out, she held his hand and shook it. Gu Jingze said, You feel much better. Lin Che said, Yeah. Hey, is there an event in front? Let's go and take a look. Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze and walked over. There seemed to be a lot of people at the mall. From afar, they could already see the hubbub of people, as if no one could get in. Gu Jingze held onto Lin Che tightly. As he watched from the outside, he heard the voices inside. Wu Yufei, the newly crowned little diva Wu Yufei, came to our mall today to represent GM Weight Loss Tea to meet everyone. It was actually Wu Yufei. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. The more one didn't want to meet someone, the more likely it was that they would meet by chance. Lin Che was also very depressed. He pulled Gu Jingze and said, See that? Wu Yufei is the female lead who is competing with us. Really? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked over. A young girl from the single room walked up to the stage. The crowd below was noisy, and the atmosphere became even more joyous. Yufei, you're the best. Yufei, you're so beautiful. Lin Che knew that Wu Yufei was probably quite popular now. She was at the peak of her popularity, and there were many fans and spectators. Gu Jingze shook his head. Not pretty. Lin Che smiled. Of course. If you dare to say that another woman is pretty in front of me, I'll kill you. Gu Jingze turned back to look at him and then at Wu Yufei. I didn't compare her to you. Really? Why would I compare her to you? She's not even on the same level as you. Lin Che laughed even more. You're getting better at talking. She looks very ordinary. She's no different from other celebrities. Are you saying that I look very special? That I look different from others? Was this a compliment? Gu Jingze said, Yes, you're very special. You're very beautiful. He reached out and touched her cheek. You have a unique charm that makes people want to laugh when they see you. Lin Che pursed his lips. Isn't that because I'm your wife? Is that so? But anyway, I want to laugh when I see you. When I see her, I think I won't recognize her the next time I see her. Gu Jingze didn't lie. He looked at Wu Yufei. It was indeed strange that Lin Che would treat her as a strong competitor. There was no need at all. She was not as good as Lin Che. Chapter 1287. Actually, Lin Che's looks were quite likable. In the entertainment industry, being beautiful didn't necessarily mean that you would be popular with the audience. This was because even though some people looked beautiful, they just didn't make people like them. Some people just made people feel that they were good-looking and liked them. Hence, in the entertainment industry, where there were so many beautiful people, many directors didn't say whether they were good-looking or not. Instead, they described them as likable or not. Lin Che was one of those likable people. Lin Che didn't play many supporting roles, but she directly played the lead role, and even became an instant hit. This had a lot to do with her looks and temperament. With this look, she had the looks of the female lead, and her acting path wasn't that narrow. Modern and ancient times, she could play any age. Actually, Wu Yufei's looks were a little too young. If she were to act in some serious dramas, she would appear a little immature. She always looked young and had a baby face. She was at a disadvantage. Luckily, she had just debuted and most of the roles she played were of the same genre. The audience wasn't tired of looking at her and she was still very popular. Gu Jingze looked at her and someone said, Who wants to participate in the event? There's an event. You can go on stage and interact with Wu Yufei. Who wants to come? The staff below were selecting people to participate in the event. They picked those who were good-looking or humorous. This way, it wouldn't be awkward if they randomly picked someone to go on stage. The staff saw Gu Jingze at first glance. After all, Gu Jingze didn't disguise himself. Standing there, his proud look was already very eye-catching. And there were too many people. Lin Che squeezed into the crowd and lowered his head to avoid their gazes. Hey, handsome guy. Come on. The staff felt that his looks were really too good. It would be a waste if he didn't become a celebrity. Gu Jingze only glanced at him and said, No need. The staff didn't expect him to reject him immediately. Aya, don't be shy. You can go up and see Wu Yufei. You can get close to her. Do you want to go take a look? No need. He tugged at Lin Che, who was next to him. My wife doesn't like me to get close to people who aren't as good-looking as her. The staff really thought that he was complimenting his wife. He was too good with his words. His wife was going to die of joy. Wu Yufei wasn't as good-looking as his wife. She was a celebrity. However, at this moment, the staff member saw the person behind him raise his head slightly and nod. Those eyes. That pair of eyes was extremely gentle and charming. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart flutter. He looked a little familiar. Just her eyes alone were enough to make people feel that they were beautiful. At this moment, the staff member suddenly didn't want to suspect anything. Hey, then, are you guys coming together? There's no need. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che up and directly walked over. The staff watched the two disappear from the back and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. That person just now. That person looks very familiar. Who is he? Another person said, Why aren't you looking for someone? What are you doing here? No, there's a handsome guy with a beauty. That beauty looks very familiar. What do you mean familiar? Is he your relative? Of course not. I think it's a celebrity. I think you've seen too many celebrities. Really? Lin Che. One look, one expression. Lin Che's appearance immediately matched. What? Lin Che? How is that possible? It's true. If you don't believe me, go over and take a look. It really looks like Lin Che. The few of them looked over but could only see the tall man. Because there were too many people, Lin Che's shadow had completely disappeared. What are you doing? It's been so long and you haven't come back. Wu Yufei was already a little impatient inside. These staff were too slow. They wanted to finish a commercial performance at the shopping mall platform as soon as possible, but they still hadn't finished after so long. Sister Yufei, I think we saw Lin Che outside just now. He's followed by a man. Originally, Wu Yufei felt depressed when she heard Lin Che's name because the company had tied her to Lin Che too thoroughly. It seemed like they wanted to use her to go against Lin Che. This made Wu Yufei feel very pressured. Originally, Wu Yufei hadn't been in the entertainment industry for long. When she first entered the industry, like all the other artists, she felt that it was already good enough that she could become popular and play some roles. But later on, step by step, she was trained by the company as an important artist. Suddenly, she became a queen. She felt more and more like she was dreaming. However, these achievements also came with pressure, especially after the company always compared her to Lin Che. She had no other choice. She didn't dare to go against the company, nor did she dare to say bad things about the company. She didn't dare to disobey the company. She couldn't say that she didn't want to be compared to Lin Che at all. So, in the midst of her depression, her temper became worse and worse. Because she had been suppressed and had no way to relieve herself, the only way to relieve herself was to lose her temper at the people below her. These staff had probably realized that her temper was getting worse and worse. She would explode at the slightest displeasure. Some people thought that she was acting like a big shot. Yes, she wanted to act like a big shot, but the reason why she wanted to act like a big shot was to vent her anger. She was originally a good-tempered person who would not say anything unpleasant. But now she was forced into such a state by someone. Sometimes even she hated her own face, but she didn't know what to do. If she didn't vent, she could only suffocate herself to death. When she first heard Lin Che's name, she almost lost her temper. Until the end, they actually said that Lin Che was with a man. Man? Who? Gu Jingyu? Sigh, the type is similar, but I don't think it's Gu Jingyu. Wu Yufei paused and immediately went out to look for him. After looking for a long time with the help of the staff, she finally found Lin Che. It was indeed Lin Che. It was indeed him. She recognized him at one glance because it was really him. Her obsession was too deep. How could she not recognize him? But who was that man? She looked for a long time, but she didn't think that he was someone from the industry. There was no such person in the industry. Wu Yufei looked for a long time before she returned to the event. Meanwhile, Lin Che and Gu Jingze went straight home after leaving the mall. In the car, Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. He seemed to be in a much better mood. He smiled and said, "All right, when is the TV series airing?" the day after tomorrow, and the first game of the game will start at the same time. Okay, do your best. Okay, since it's come to this, I can only give it my all. Chapter 1288. Gu Jingze was relieved when he saw that she had regained her composure. Lin Che hugged Gu Jingze. He said, "Okay, I still have to drive. What if I want to hug you?" Lin Che was like a child at this moment. Gu Jingze shook his head helplessly. He had always thought that he was the kind of woman who liked mature women who wouldn't disturb him. However, he liked Lin Che's behavior. Maybe he really didn't understand her. Or maybe he didn't want to understand her at all. He just liked her, no matter what she was like. He smiled and said, "Let's hug then." He freed a bit of his arm for her to hug. She leaned over with a smile and watched him drive. Actually, she was in a much better mood. She looked at Gu Jingze and thought that she was already the happiest woman in the world. Why was she thinking so much? Previously, she had been under too much pressure because of the hard work of the other crew members. Now that she thought about it, she realized that she was thinking too much. She was already very happy and didn't need to fight for other things. Gu Jingyu and Lin Che would definitely be there for the premiere. Although Queen of the Morning Sun, which had been broadcasted the day before, had received a resounding success and the ratings had skyrocketed, the audience's mood wasn't affected much. Lin Che had told the crew that they weren't competing with anyone in this TV series. They treated them as imaginary enemies because they felt that they were qualified. However, they didn't treat them as imaginary enemies because they didn't think that they were qualified. Their TV series wasn't just a TV series. It was a multifaceted expansion of their IP. Games, TV series, novels, comics, animations. It was a multifaceted experiment. Naturally, it was different from their TV series. Apart from Gu Jingyu and Lin Che, KG and the others arrived as well. Some of the best esports players arrived as well. It was only when they arrived that they realized that esports had developed to this stage. Su Zi and these professional esports players were here, and many esports fans came as well. All of a sudden, someone recognized KG from below. "Look, those are the ones who have been playing games with Gu Jingyu. They're here. Are they going to say that they're esports players?" Of course they are. That's why they're so skilled. When Crooked Neck heard this, he was very proud. He fiddled with his hair and said, "See that? I have fans too." King took a glance but didn't say anything. A few of them secretly looked at King, thinking that this man was really handsome. Someone said, "I heard he's KG. I heard KG is also a hacker. Amazing. I really admire him. I love hackers who can do everything in front of a computer." Tilting his head to take a look, he curled his lips. "Really, why do they all like you?" KG said, "If you talk less, they'll look at you the same way. Is that so? Why do girls nowadays still like this kind of silent man? I obviously have such a sense of humor. It must be more interesting to be with me." Esports fans were also very gossipy and had their own circle. In the gaming circle, they dug up a lot of KG's information, so when they saw the few of them, they recognized them immediately. Lin Che looked at them from afar, thinking that it was very interesting. Looking at these fangirls, he was thinking about how to get these esports players to help promote the show. When the time came, it would definitely increase the viewership ratings. But they didn't know that these topics had already been brought out. The godly maneuvers of the game's almighties had suddenly resonated with the TV series. Everyone looked at Gu Jingyu and thought about how he was in the game, so they looked forward to the TV series even more. Because of this, the event also caused some discussion on the internet. But of course, compared to Queen of the Morning Sun, it was still a little lacking. After all, Panda TV's publicity was really incomparable to other TV stations. On the other side, watching Lin Che's light broadcast ceremony, Liang Shan said to Wu Yufei, "Look at these crooked people. They've been called here to embarrass themselves." Wu Yufei said, "These are all esports players. They seem to be very good." Liang Shan sneered, "How can they be as good as us celebrities?" Wu Yufei said, "Actually, it's about the same. Esports is very good these days." Liang Shan looked at her. "You're just boosting the morale of others and diminishing your own. Wu Yufei turned her head and said, "What I mean is that we shouldn't underestimate our opponents." Liang Shan snorted. "It's nothing. Look at the search rate and then look at the number of views. Compared to us, they're too far behind." Wu Yufei didn't want to compare anymore, so she changed the topic and said, "I saw a man beside Lin Che the other day. She's also an adult. So what if she has a man by her side?" Liang Shan raised his head after he finished speaking. "You mean Lin Che? She has a man? Who is it?" "He looks pretty good, but I don't know who he is." "Pretty good looking? Someone from the industry?" "No, someone outside the industry. I don't know him." Liang Shan's eyes turned. "Didn't they say that she has a rich man backing her? Could it be that she has a rich man backing her up and is secretly keeping a gigolo?" "Humph. But it makes sense. Since she has some money, she wants to hook up with a gigolo." "Io, it's a pity that I don't have a photo. Otherwise, if I released it, it would help her build momentum and get her on the headlines." "Humph. Look at how the audience keeps saying how real she is and how different she is." Wu Yufei said, "I didn't take a photo either." "Humph, as long as there's such a person, we'll slowly dig him out. I don't believe that we can't get a photo." Wu Yufei didn't say anything. Liang Shan looked at her and felt that she was becoming more and more depressed. She wasn't like the past, when she was invincible in her youth. Now she didn't like to smile at all. He said, "Don't keep a straight face every day. If the reporters get a photo, they'll think that we did something to you." Wu Yufei took out a cigarette and lit it. "There aren't any reporters here, right? Hey, why are you still smoking? What if the reporters get a photo?" Liang Shan went up and snatched the cigarette away. Wu Yufei frowned even more. "I use it to refresh myself. Are there reporters here?" Liang Shan stared at her. "I think you haven't been right recently. Smoking too much is bad for your teeth. I just did a toothpaste commercial for you and you gave me a mouth full of yellow teeth. What am I going to do? Yes, yes, yes. You've even sold my entire body. I might as well not eat." Wu Yufei immediately walked out. "Hey you." Liang Shan didn't think that Wu Yufei would dare to talk back like this. In the past, she was someone who would never talk back. He liked this about her. She was obedient, youthful, easy to mold, and the audience liked her. Chapter 1289. As expected, the ratings on the first day of the TV series was pretty good. Many people wanted to support Lin Che and Gu Jingyu's cooperation. But in comparison, the effect wasn't good. After the audience survey, they paid too much attention to Panda TV. They felt that it wasn't chosen by Panda TV and seemed to be just a little bit off. This was one of the brand effects of Panda TV. Lin Che wasn't discouraged. At night, he would also watch the TV series to give himself some support. At night, the main cast of the TV series also had dinner together. Gu Jingze was busy, so Lin Che went out alone. Before leaving, he looked at the two children and instructed, "Nian Nian, take good care of Shiyuan. Mom will be back in a while." Towards Gu Xinian, Lin Che was still very at ease. He kissed Shiyuan again before walking out. The celebration banquet was held in a hotel owned by the Gu family. After Lin Che left, Gu Xiyuan cried nonstop. Gu Xinian really didn't know what to do. He had never seen a child cry so much. He thought about it and looked outside. He could only say to Gu Xiyuan, "Then be good. I'll take you to find Mom." Gu Xiyuan immediately stopped crying when she heard that she was going to find her mom. Gu Xinian pinched her cheeks helplessly. She really looked like a ball with her chubby cheeks. Gu Xinian didn't care about other people, but he couldn't reject his sister. He could only go along with her temper. However, seeing that there were so many people outside, he thought about it and decided to sneak out. Otherwise, if he brought Shiyuan out, he would definitely be stopped by the adults. While the two children were running away, Lin Che was eating with everyone at the celebration banquet. "Thank you for everyone's hard work this time, especially Jingyu. We're really happy that you can take on this role." Gu Jingyu raised his head and said, "Then you should pay me more. Didn't I pay off the rent?" Gu Jingyu's face darkened. Lin Che shook his head, feeling helpless. On the side, Su Wan was sitting at another table, eating quietly. She didn't seem to be moving at all, as if no one noticed her. Gu Jingyu glanced and continued drinking. On the other side, Su Wan looked over and listened to the people next to her say, "Is there really something going on between Gu Jingyu and Lin Che?" "There's definitely something going on. You guys didn't listen to them. They even talked about the rent and how they paid the rent. Don't tell me they didn't even ask for payment for the film and directly went to stay at Lin Che's house? Io. Maybe the two of them are living together. That's big news. Why hasn't the media reported anything? It's not easy to find news about Gu Jingyu, and Lin Che's bodyguards are different from other people's bodyguards. But if they're really together, I'm happy for them. They're so compatible." "I think so too. They usually have a tacit understanding and don't put on any airs when they speak. Look, Gu Jingyu doesn't even pay attention to others. But with Lin Che, it seems like he has endless things to say." Because Su Wan knew about Gu Jingyu and Lin Che's relationship, she clearly thought that it was impossible. Impossible. They couldn't be together. However, there was still a sour feeling in the bottom of her heart. Gu Jingyu treated her very well. He had been very good these days. He gave her the best and didn't yell at her or scold her. But it seemed like something was missing. Thinking about it now, he treated her very well, but they weren't in a romantic relationship. Even if she spent money without any worries, she seemed to have gained a few pounds under Gu Jingyu's care. However, if they were put in the past, it would be an improper relationship between a man and a woman. Someone noticed that Su Wan had been sitting there without saying anything and even asked, "Your role will immediately appear tomorrow, right?" "Yeah. I'm going to take a good look tomorrow." "You should have a lot of screen time." Su Wan smiled and felt a gaze fixed on her. Tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the last day of their 100 days countdown. After tomorrow, her agreement with him would expire, and she would be able to leave him. Thinking about it, she felt a bit relieved and a bit sour. But looking at Gu Jingyu, she felt that he didn't have any reluctance to part with her. Seeing him laughing there, she laughed bitterly in her heart. Did she expect a sugar daddy to have reluctance to part with his woman? On the other side, after drinking a bit of wine, she walked out in a daze. As soon as she stepped outside, she felt someone's foot stretching out in front of her, and she almost tripped. "Hey, can't you see clearly when you walk? You stepped on me, okay?" Su Wan looked up. "I'm sorry. It's over if you're sorry. Do you know what kind of shoes I have? It's a new Gucci model. How much does it cost? If you step on it, I won't wear it anymore." Su Wan looked at the pair of shoes. "You can take it off now and I'll take it to dry clean for you. It'll be fine after it's washed. I'll pay for the dry cleaning fee, okay?" "Ha, who wants your dry cleaning fee? After it's washed, it'll change shape, okay?" Su Wan couldn't help but laugh. "You mean you won't wash these shoes after wearing them? Io, how smelly. No wonder when I first came in, the smell was a bit." The woman's expression changed. Looking at Su Wan, she angrily pointed and scolded, "Who are you mocking? You know I'm a book and you dare to mock me." At this time, the woman saw Gu Jingyu walking over from behind. Her expression changed. "Oh, I really don't know who you are. Who are you?" Gu Jingyu asked lightly. The woman froze and her face became a bit crooked. This was probably Gu Jingyu's first time talking to her. She had been in the cast for a few months, but she didn't say much. However, she said such a sentence. It really made her feel embarrassed. In front of Gu Jingyu, she didn't dare to refute anything. She directly smiled and said, "Senior Jingyu, it's nothing. I'm just a small character. I'll leave first." Most people in front of Gu Jingyu were small characters. The woman forgot to make things difficult for Su Wan and directly ran away. And Gu Jingyu grabbed her chin and moved closer to her lips. "You drank?" Su Wan nodded. He frowned. "Come home with me." "Home? Tomorrow won't be her home anymore." She pushed Gu Jingyu away. "Don't pull me. I can walk by myself." "You can't walk steadily." "Okay, I'll listen to you. Don't pull me. Anyway, there's still tomorrow. I'm yours. I'll listen to whatever you say." "What do you mean there's still tomorrow?" Gu Jingyu looked at her. "What did you say?" Su Wan fanned her eyes. After tomorrow, our agreement will end. You wouldn't have forgotten, right? Umph. Ha! Agreement. He really did forget. But he didn't expect that she would remember it so clearly. She even calculated the number of days so accurately. Chapter 1290. Gu Jingyu looked at her. I can't tell that you're so calculative. Why? You're calculating the time every day to serve me, right? Shouldn't I be? We had a contract. Of course, I have to calculate the time of the contract. That's why the time you spend serving me is like a year. Do you spend every day counting your fingers? Every day that passes is one day less, and you can relax for a day. She could tell that Gu Jingyu's expression was terrible. This was the first time he looked at her with anger. Suwan looked at him. Why was he angry? Was it because she was counting the time? What? Could it be that he bought her and even let her calculate the time she was sold? Was that not enough? She looked at Gu Jingyu, not understanding why he was so angry. I'm just calculating. Heh, then a day feels like a year. How about I give you a break? Suwan froze. What did you say? From today onwards, you can scram. As Gu Jingyu spoke, he pulled down the necktie on his neck and threw it aside. Without looking back, he walked forward. What did he mean? Then scram. Did he mean to let her go today? Her heart felt empty. But looking at Gu Jingyu's back, she didn't move. She just stood there and looked at the tie on the ground. She was free, right? Gu Jingyu didn't know why, but he wanted to leave early. Lin Che saw that the tie on his neck was long gone and his face was gloomy. She quickly walked over and asked, What's wrong? Gu Jingyu took a deep breath. He couldn't lose his temper in front of Lin Che and could only soften his expression. Nothing. I'm just not in the mood, so I want to leave. Lin Che didn't fall for his trick. I saw you walking towards the women's washroom. What's wrong? Is there someone there? Su Wan, right? Lin Che took a deep breath, crossed his arms and looked at him. Didn't you bring them to my wedding? How could I not know? Do you think Dongzi and the rest are useless? I knew it a long time ago. Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che. I'm just playing around. It's over for today. Just playing around? She didn't believe that he was just a playful man. She said, If you like him, then say it. Now that you've hurt him, it won't be easy to get it back. Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, do you think I'm a very hurtful person? Lin Che said, I think you're pretty good. Maybe it's because we're more compatible. I've always heard people say that you're very cold. Maybe in other people's eyes, you're also very hurtful. Gu Jingyu said, When they look at me, some of them see the celebrity, Gu Jingyu. Some of them see the third young master of the Gu family, Gu Jingyu. Some of them see my face and some of them see my figure, my looks, and my money. I don't know who sees me. So tell me, if I'm not cold and smile at everyone, will I be even more confused? Lin Che looked at him and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Who would have seen him? Who would have truly understood what kind of person Gu Jingyu was? Lin Che said, But I think you're very good. You love to talk to me, you love to smile, and you're very good at helping me. Even if you don't say it directly, you'll help me silently. Gu Jingyu looked at her and said, Because you look silly. What can I do if I don't help you? How am I silly? Sigh. You're the kind of person who acts as if you don't know anything when someone comes to provoke you. You can also completely ignore other people's hints. In short, you're too silly. So I think I like you a lot and I want to help you. Lin Che curled his lips and said, So you like silly people? That's right. He pinched her cheeks and looked ahead. He felt that he had finished chatting with Lin Che, and his mood seemed to have relaxed a little. He wasn't as furious as he was just now. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Seeing how Su Wan despised him, he suddenly became angry. Gu Jingyu said, Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I had nothing to do with her just now. Thinking about it, I just had a moment of interest, so I asked her to come and accompany me. There's no need for that now. Lin Che said, You're still like this? Then how sad would she be if you just left like this? No, I think she's very happy. She can't wait to leave. Heh. There are so many women in the country who dream of climbing into your bed. She's very happy that you left. Sigh. What did you do to her? Why does she despise you so much? Yeah. So many women dreamed of climbing into his bed. Why would he care about someone who was busy running away? Gu Jingyu patted her shoulder and said, I'm really leaving now. You guys take your time. Lin Che didn't say anything else after asking. He waved his hand and watched him leave. Just then, the people below suddenly shouted, Oh no! 2 children entered our VIP lounge from the back. Hurry and go take a look. What 2 children? The staff members were discussing as they ran to the front. They're just 2 children. I guess someone's child didn't watch over them and is playing around. The VIP lounge isn't a place where people can just enter. It'll be over if they go in and cause trouble. Who's the VIP today? Lin Che and the others are having a celebration party. Lin Che was stunned. Did they say that they ran into their celebration party? She didn't notice anyone running in just now. She hurried in. However, she saw a few people coming out with a child. Let go of me. I'll say it again. Gu Xinian. Lin Che immediately understood when he saw Gu Xinian. This child had sneaked out again. When the staff saw Lin Che walking over aggressively, they saw that he was walking towards the child. Did Lin Che know this child? Not to mention, this child was actually quite cute. Gu Xinian broke free from them. Behind him, Gu Xuan cried, Mommy! The staff members at the side were even more petrified. Lin Che hurried over. This kid. It was one thing for him to cause trouble, but he even brought Xuan here to cause trouble. This was ridiculous. Lin Che hurried over and picked up the child. Xuan, don't cry, don't cry. What's wrong? Gu Xinian said. We both ran out. Why are you coaxing her after scolding me? A woman's tears are indeed the most useful weapon. Lin Che glared at Gu Xinian. Then why don't you cry for me? Actually, Gu Xinian had never cried since he was 3 years old. Gu Xinian harumphed. He was determined not to cry. Lin Che said, Why did you bring my sister here? Gu Xinian said, It's because her tears are too useful. Even you can't resist it, let alone someone as young as me. He really knew how to push. At the side, the staff members were already shocked. What did this mean? Both of them were Lin Che's child? Lin Che turned back and said, Leave this to me. Sorry for the trouble. Chapter 1291. Then, he gave Dongzi a look and Dongzi brought the staff out with his men to deal with this matter. Then, Lin Che pulled Gu Xinian and Gu Xuan out. Wait here obediently. I'll get someone to drive you back. Lin Che asked them to wait here while he went to tell the people that he was leaving first. Then, he asked them to prepare a car. However, just as he reached the bottom, he saw another group of people walking in this direction. It was Wu Yufei at the front. It seemed to be a gathering of friends. She was very casual and had a cigarette in her mouth. Lin Che paused for a moment and saw that Wu Yufei had also noticed him. Sister Che. Isn't this Sister Che? She looked at Lin Che and walked over with a smile. Lin Che said, What a coincidence. As she walked closer, the smell of alcohol also approached. It seemed that she had drunk a lot of alcohol. No wonder her expression looked a little elegant. The people behind also saw Lin Che. Hey, Yufei. Isn't that Lin Che? Yufei, you know him. Io, it's good to be with Yufei. We can eat at such a good restaurant and even see Lin Che. Wu Yufei snorted and said, Sister Che, why are you here? Nothing, it's a coincidence. Wu Yufei glanced at a board with the words, Celebration Banquet, written on it. Hey, your TV series even celebrates? What did this mean? Was their TV series so bad that they couldn't celebrate? Wu Yufei drank a little too much. When she heard that their ratings couldn't catch up to her TV series, she immediately relaxed a lot. These days, knowing that she was going up against Lin Che, she really felt a lot of pressure. She felt like she was about to be strangled to death. Now that she finally knew that their ratings were not as good as hers, she felt relaxed all over, as if she had come back to life. She had just started to party with her friends at night and wanted to have a good rest. She didn't expect to meet Lin Che here after drinking too much. She looked at Lin Che and couldn't help but feel proud. The people behind her also started to jeer. Hey, is that right? What's so good about Lin Che now? No one is as good as our Yufei. Yufei is the current movie queen and the #1 in the ratings. Aren't many people watching your TV series? Lin Che is nothing. Our Yufei has long surpassed him. Lin Che shook his head. These people who drank too much under the influence of alcohol, their words were really. She didn't want to deal with the drunkard and turned to leave. At this moment, Mom, Gu Xiuan ran over from behind. Because he ran too fast, a handprint was directly imprinted on Wu Yufei's dress. She bumped into Wu Yufei, and Wu Yufei, who didn't notice it, took a few steps back. You, whose family are you from? You've dirted my clothes. Wu Yufei shouted. She looked at her clothes and angrily at the child who had bumped into her. Lin Che hurriedly pulled the child over. Gu Xiuan raised his head to look at the woman in front of him. He bit his finger, not knowing what she was doing. Lin Che looked and said, Sure Yuan. You have to apologize if you bump into someone. Gu Xiuan raised his head. He still didn't know how to say the word, sorry. Lin Che said, I'll help you wash your clothes. Wu Yufei said, You wash it. I don't want you to wash it. I want you to pay for my clothes. Pay for a car. At this moment, a little boy walked over extravagantly from behind. The few of them were stunned as they looked at this little shorty. He was quite imposing. Lin Che turned around and looked at Gu Xinian. Gu Xinian had just heard this woman's words. When he came over, his eyes were filled with disdain and he was expressing his dissatisfaction with this woman. The few of them didn't know where these children had suddenly come from. Wu Yufei frowned. Who are you? The people beside them also jeered. Hey, children nowadays really know how to talk. Buy a car? What are you going to use to buy a car? Are you going to sell yourself? Do you know that our Yufei's clothes are all international famous brands? They cost tens of thousands of dollars. Do you think your mother bought them from Taobao? Gu Xinian snorted and looked at the few people in front of him. With a wave of his hand, a black card was revealed. Black card. The few of them thought that they were seeing things. Either that or someone thought that the card this child was holding must be fake. Anyway, there were many imitations of black cards sold online. Perhaps this was also an imitation. Gu Xinian said, Look at how much the clothes she's wearing cost. Help me buy a car. At this moment, the people who followed behind him suddenly didn't dare to doubt this boy's words. They were a few tall people who looked like bodyguards. Lin Che looked at his son. He was actually acting cool here. For a moment, he didn't know how to feel in his heart. The few of them looked at Gu Xinian and then at the people behind him. They walked directly to Wu Yufei's side. Wu Yufei didn't dare to move at all. She looked at the few of them and looked at the brand. Then, she said, It's a Dior dress. Okay, buy a car. It'll probably take a few days to order it now. Okay, buy a car and send it to her. So good. The few of them looked at him suspiciously. For a moment, they couldn't figure out where this child had come from. Unexpectedly, Gu Xinian changed the topic. Just now, my sister dirted your dress. We've already settled the score. But now you're shouting like a lunatic, scaring my sister. Shouldn't we settle the score? What? Settle the score? He said that she was a lunatic and that she was shouting. What do you mean? I just shouted. You scared my sister too. How much are you going to pay for it? Wu Yufei was stunned. Hearing this child's words, he didn't seem like someone of his age at all. She didn't know what to say. Why should I pay? I'm not paying. Ha! Okay, you're not going to pay. He looked at the bodyguards behind him again. Go over and tell her why she's doing this. When the few tall bodyguards went over, she was immediately scared silly. What are you doing? You guys? Okay, I'll pay, I'll apologize, Lin Che said, That's enough, Nian Nian. Stop fooling around. Gu Xinian harumphed. Wu Yufei pursed her lips and looked at Lin Che. What's going on? You know this child, right? How could he treat me like this? Whose family is he? Is he not well educated? Or are you doing this on purpose? Gu Xuan suddenly called out from below, "Mommy!" Lin Che harumphed and picked Gu Xuan up. Then he pulled Nian Nian up and said, "Compared to them, what you said just now is much more uneducated. Watch your own mouths before you care about others." Mommy? Did this child just call Lin Che mommy? Then these two, Wu Yufei was a little unsure. But when she looked at the two children and thought of the possibility, she really felt that they looked a little similar to Lin Che. Chapter 1292. Wu Yufei looked at the child. He turned around and looked at her coldly. The sharpness in his eyes was definitely not something his age should have. Wu Yufei couldn't believe it. Had she been looked down upon by a child just now? Those people were also puzzled. Yufei, what was going on just now? Yufei, are they humiliating us? Wu Yufei was in a bad mood and pushed them away. All right, go play. Don't bother me. After saying that, Wu Yufei was full of curiosity. She kept thinking about the question just now. She didn't know what had happened. Her heart was filled with all kinds of doubts, and she couldn't be bothered to care about what her friends were muttering behind her. Seriously, you don't know who you are when you're a celebrity. You really think you're amazing after a few compliments. Hey, aren't you just an actress who gets fucked? Wu Yufei sorted out what had just happened. The little girl called her mother, and the boy called the little girl sister. The two children and Lin Che were related? Could these two children be Lin Che's children? However, in the past, Lin Che had really sealed off his personal information too tightly. These things had never been dug up by others. So when she suddenly saw the two children, she was really confused. If they were really her children, when were they born? Wu Yufei recalled that Lin Che had suddenly disappeared for several years. After that, he said that he was going to retire behind the scenes and rested for more than a year. Looking at the two children again, the timing seemed to match up. Wu Yufei suddenly thought of what she had discovered. She wanted to say it, but she didn't dare to say it. Who was the child's father? Gu Jingyu? It didn't seem like it. Gu Jingyu had gone abroad for a long time before he came back. If it wasn't for Gu Jingyu, would Shui be so close to Lin Che? It was certain that she couldn't figure it out. She didn't know about Gu Jing's existence. Wu Yufei felt that she had to think about it carefully. Before that, it was better to go back and sober up. But now that she thought about it, those two children were really beautiful. Wu Yufei thought jealously that their children were so beautiful. Lin Che first took the two children back. When he reached home, he heard from the company that the ratings had improved a little. The overall situation was stable. It seemed that they had retained a lot of users. Then, the number of views on the internet was also gradually increasing. It seemed that it was not bad. Lin Che was quite pleased. He sat there and took a look at it for himself. The emotional lines interspersed in the story were sweet and tangled, with a sense of forbidden love, which made people feel very emotional. As Lin Che watched, Gu Jingze ran to the back without him noticing. "What are you looking at? You're watching our TV series. Didn't you watch them all after editing? Count it as supporting the number of views." He followed behind, massaging her shoulders. "Not bad, not bad. Go on," she said. "How is it? Is the service good?" Yes, very good. "How much do you want to pay me?" She turned around and said, "You don't have enough skills, but you can make up for it with your looks. You're the top girl in your shop, so I'll definitely give you more." "Really? How much will you give me?" "That depends on how much you can take from this rich woman." He smiled, lowered his head, and slowly kissed her neck. Bit by bit, he rubbed against her, making her feel itchy and sore all over. What are you doing?" "I'm taking money from you." "How is my skill now?" To be improved." "Oh, then I'll have to work harder." "How about this?" He used his teeth to open her clothes and continued to bite down. Stop. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. Stop fooling around." The two kids here were always running around. It was easy to bump into them. "Then, what do I want you to do?" "No." Lin Che pushed his face and watched him get closer. She felt that if he got any closer, she would fall apart again. No, this man being too attractive is also a problem. Move away, move away. Don't look at me. What's wrong? You won't let me look at you now? Well, she held his face and looked at him. I can't help it when I see you. Gu Jingzi suddenly laughed. Then you don't have to. No, I'm watching the TV series. Just watch it. I'm not in your way. Lin Che looked at him with a red face. You're an obstacle in front of me. Just watch it. I don't have the energy to watch the TV series. Gu Jingzi's eyes lit up. He immediately sat down around her happily. Okay, I'll watch it with you. The TV series was on, and the comments were refreshed from time to time. She saw that the comments were coming in quite quickly. So good. I almost forgot that it's Gu Jingyu. So cute. When Lin Su touched Xiaoqiu, my heart melted. Lin Su, hurry up and confess. Xiaoqiu is so handsome. Her movements just now were so cool. Xiaoqiu is so beautiful. Her movements are so divine. Xiaoqiu, hurry up and fuck Lin Su. Xiaoqiu is so domineering. I've never seen a female lead who can fuck the male lead. Isn't this TV series better than The Queen? Why do I think it's better? The TV series The Queen is so torturous. The scriptwriter is so stupid. You guys are still watching The Queen. She's already abandoned it. It's too torturous. The Queen is too stupid. I Xiaoqiu am still cuter. Xiaoqiu is a killer. She's not someone a retard like The Queen can compare to. Although she knew that these comments might not mean anything, Lin Che was still quite happy watching them. There were even people saying, I've read the novel. The plot is so beautiful. Those who have played the game say that it's very immersive. I followed the manga. It's as good as the manga. The benefits of developing the TV series through all channels could be seen now. Those who were watching the TV series went to play the game, and those who were playing the game went to watch the TV series. All of a sudden, all the IPs started moving. The next day, someone started contacting Lin Che for an interview. They said that they wanted to interview her about this IP. Lin Che asked curiously, What do you mean? Some people say that you created this game and the TV series. Where did you guys find out? Lin Che was curious. She didn't seem to have told anyone that she made the game. They revealed it when we went to visit the game company. Lin Che said, Aya, that's a part-time job. I'm so sorry. How can that be? This kind of thing is very rare. You should be considered one of the more powerful and successful movie stars in crossing over to other industries. Moreover, your comprehensive development this time was especially successful. We want to interview you about your successful experience. Lin Che thought about it. It was probably a form of publicity, so he agreed. Chapter 1293. After Lin Che agreed, he went there. In an instant, many people looked at Lin Che in surprise. They wondered why a celebrity like Lin Che would come to the finance channel to do a show. Did he run out of ways to promote? Lin Che entered the finance channel under everyone's gaze. When he entered, the host looked at the information and was already very impressed with Lin Che. Before the show started, he said, Lin Che, I really didn't expect that you were the one who made this game. I play it every night. I can't sleep if I don't play it. Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. I'm just one of the producers. No, I saw it. You're the main creator, the initiator. Lin Che said, Back then, I thought it was fun. Even the series of novels and comics that followed were all thanks to you. Oh, really? I feel that a lot of celebrities these days are very impetuous. There aren't many who are as creative as you. When they have nothing to do, they would open a restaurant with their own name. And now you're making a game? Lin Che was even more embarrassed by the compliments. The host only left after his makeup was done. The program officially began. The host was also very excited as he said, Today, we've invited a big star, Lin Che, to our recording studio. Some people will think it's strange when they see Lin Che. Did Lin Che come to the wrong studio? But I want to tell everyone that he didn't. Lin Che is the big shot entrepreneur that we've invited today. Speaking of the recently popular television series, Light, The first thing that comes to mind is the mobile game community that has hundreds of millions of downloads and broke the latest download record. This game has taken the whole of Country C by storm. Men, women, young and old, it's almost the same. You might not have associated this game with the actor Lin Che. Today, we'll tell everyone that Lin Che is the creator of this game. When the host talked about their entrepreneurship, he said excitedly, "I saw the introduction. It said that when you got the investment, you went to find a few young university students to make a game together." Lin Che smiled and said, "Yeah, because we didn't have much money, we found some university students. They're cheaper, haha." Today, we've also given Lin Che a surprise. We've invited one of the creators of Light. Please come in. Lin Che was shocked to see Crooked Neck walk in. Naturally, if something like this happened in the dormitory, Crooked Neck would step in. Even if King was asked to come, King would not come. Lin Che looked at Crooked Neck. She was surprised at first, but then she smiled and patted Crooked Neck's shoulder. She was very familiar with these companions of hers now, so it didn't matter how they joked around. Tilting his head, he sat down and started talking about his admiration for Lin Che. From the moment he was selected to now, he was worth hundreds of millions. He also felt like he was dreaming. The other university students who started the business with him felt the same way. All of a sudden, they all felt like they were rich. The topic of a university student turning over from the grassroots was very attractive. The host also asked a lot of interesting questions. After the program was done, the host listened to Crooked Neck's bragging. His admiration for Lin Che could only be described as prostrating himself on the ground. "Miss Lin, you really are a heroine. It's impossible for you not to be famous." Seeing the host leave with a sigh, Lin Che said to Crooked Neck, "What's going on? Why did they suddenly contact me?" Tilting his head, he said, "This is CCV television station. When we saw that they had come to interview us, we were so excited that we told them everything." Crooked Neck said, "Aya, it's true. I never thought that I would be interviewed by Central TV. It really scared me to death. Really, I'm going to ask all my relatives and friends to come and watch Central TV tonight." Lin Che quickly returned home from there. Actually, it was also her first time participating in such a formal program. In the past, variety shows and interviews were all more entertaining. This interview was so formal, and the words spoken were also formal. When she got home, she still felt a little confused. When she got home, she saw Gu Jingze reading something in the study. She pushed the door open and entered the study. Gu Jingze looked up and said, "Your interview today turned out well. You can already see it so soon. CCV's programs are all recorded in the morning and broadcast in the afternoon. That's why they're up to date." "Oh, I haven't been on CCV much, so I didn't know. But I saw that you have a lot of comments online, so I noticed it," Gu Jingze said. "What? A lot of comments?" Gu Jingze smiled as he looked at her. Look, she felt that his smile was strange. She walked over and sat on his lap casually. She turned her head to look at the computer and saw that the trending topics were the almighty Lin Che. Did you guys know that Lin Che has such a side to him? Lin Che's ray of light. Lin Che opened the topic in a daze and found that it had already exploded. They were all talking about Lin Che's financial program today. Many people were like the host, surprised that the game was made by Lin Che. Some people even did a quick count. Other than this, Lin Che actually controlled the film company and Lin Che's work studio. How could we not know that Lin Che is so capable? Lin Che is the one who kept a low profile. We just found out. Lin Che is a strong woman among women. She's so omnipotent. I can't take it anymore. I admire her so much. If only I had a tenth of her ability. This is the woman of the new era, relying on herself to make a name for herself. Who said that women are inferior to men? Of course, there were some people who objected. It's because she's a celebrity that she can get investors. She's just a normal person. However, these words were immediately criticized by others. If you're good enough, you should be a celebrity too. If you're good enough, you should try investing too. You'll know that investing isn't just based on who's a celebrity, especially when it comes to games. You make it sound like Lin Che didn't rely on her own hard work to become a celebrity. Everyone defended Lin Che and scolded him until he was driven away. Lin Che flipped through the news and realized that she was really on the headlines. She was speechless. It was mainly because too many people didn't know that she was the one who made the game. It was a huge leap in popularity. But the netizens were omnipotent. Some people even dug out Lin Che's alternate account in the game and took out videos of the game. They said that Lin Che had done so many private things for herself in the game. Her positioning was so bad and she relied on her equipment to conquer the world. Of course, they weren't scolding her. They just thought that this kind of stupid girl was really interesting. Chapter 1294. This was because Lin Che had been noticed in the past. Her account was a little special. It was an account from the closed beta period. There weren't many of them, and their equipment was amazing. It was just that her battle record was rubbish. Someone said, "Lin Che, you should focus on your game. Stop playing. I can't watch you play anymore. Give me the equipment. I can get this god-tier equipment to the top." Fuck. Lin Che was so angry he wanted to slap the table. Was she that bad at fighting? Of course, it's also possible that she asked for it in private. But the good thing about this game is that no matter how good the equipment is, it doesn't matter if you're not skilled. So look at how bad her record is, 57% win rate. Most of the time she wins, she fights with KG and the others. As soon as she goes out to fight, she dies immediately. Her skills are really, so everyone please forgive her. Also, can you give me the equipment? Crooked Neck couldn't take it anymore. He posted on the official website, "Everyone, please give her some face. I was scolded by the leader for helping her steal equipment secretly. Seeing that she is so cute, generous, kind, and beautiful, let's give her some benefits." Everyone took a screenshot of the official website and posted it on Weibo. It gave them a reason to mock Lin Che. Of course, this mockery was kind. Many people thought that Lin Che was too interesting. She was so stupid, yet she still needed people to steal equipment for her to play the game. Lin Che is so cute. Too cute. Stealing equipment. It's too graphic. Lin Che, please let your employee off. Lin Che won't change the game for your lousy skills, right? No way, this game is quite fun to play. Your skills aren't that bad. Party me next time, I'll help you. All the netizens were people who enjoyed watching a good show. They especially liked new things, so when they saw such a new thing, they immediately gathered around. The news spread more and more, and all the netizens joined in. Because they thought it was fun and interesting, those who did not understand the game followed along and watched. After watching, they immediately held their bellies and laughed. There was one person who everyone agreed with, and that was, Lin Che really made life into a joke. Lin Che shouted on the other side of the computer, "Fuck! Are you saying that I'm just a joke?" Lin Che stared at the screen for a long time. He really felt that these netizens were too noisy. In the afternoon, she continued to do publicity for the TV series. This time, the publicity was also at the TV station. From below, many fans could be seen gathering. Lin Che said, "I don't think we told the fans about our publicity, did we?" Yu Min Min furrowed her brows at the side. "There really isn't. Our publicity is all done by our fan club. Otherwise, if there are too many fans, it would cause trouble. Why are there so many people?" The two of them were still fooling around when they saw a fan holding a sign with Wu Yufei written on it. Lin Che was stunned and said in surprise, "This can't be Wu Yufei's fan, right?" Yu Min Min suddenly remembered. "Ah, I remember just now. They said that Wu Yufei will be doing a promotional event at the television station today. It's the same television station as ours, but it's not the same show or the same studio." Then what were they here for? To besiege Lin Che. However, Lin Che was wrong. On the other side, Wu Yufei's team was still organizing. They liked to create hype when they had nothing to do, so every publicity event was done with great fanfare. Sometimes they would even let the fans know about it. Some of the fans would come to see their idols once they found out about the schedule. That was why there were so many fans gathered at the television station. Today was the same. They were still watching proudly, But unexpectedly, some of the fans seemed to be teleporting something, and all of a sudden, they all rushed to one side. Hey, why are they going there? That's right, that's right. Hurry up and see what's going on. Did something happen? The supervisor hurriedly sent someone to ask. He was also worried that there would be too many people and it would cause trouble. However, at this moment, some sharp-eyed people saw Lin Che's team. Can't be. I think that's Lin Che. Look, that's the publicity agent beside Lin Che. These people in the industry were very familiar with the industry, especially the people around the celebrities. They all knew each other. When Wu Yufei heard the noise, her little face twisted. Lin Che. Lin Che was still in shock. However, these people were not here to cause trouble. Wow, Lin Che. Lin Che, I want to worship you. Can I have your autograph? Quick, it's Lin Che. Lin Che is so beautiful in real life, even more beautiful than on TV. When Yu Min Min saw this, she was amused. She hurriedly said, "Don't worry, everyone. We're here to film a show today. You guys can just take photos like this. There are too many people and we can't sign all of them. Hey, here are some signed photos. Take them." As an artist, it was a must to sign something and give it to others. When Lin Che was free, he would sign some and keep them as a backup. At this moment, Yu Minmin took it out and distributed it to the fans. Lin Che nudged Yu Minmin. "Hey, what should we do if Wu Yufei sees them?" Yu Minmin harumphed. "We didn't ask them to come. It's better to piss Liang Shan off. He's been too arrogant recently." Lin Che was speechless. He shrugged and smiled at the people below. On the other side, some of Wu Yufei's loyal fans were furious. When they saw this scene, they came over angrily. Especially when they saw that they were holding Lin Che's photos. Some of them immediately rushed forward and snatched the photos. "Alright, you traitors. You're too outrageous. How can you be like this? If you want such a despicable person's photos, tear them up." These people had just gotten the photos and felt very lucky and happy. When they were suddenly attacked, they immediately started scolding them angrily. "We can like whoever we want. What are you guys doing? That's right. Who said that if we like Wu Yufei, we can't like anyone else? You guys aren't God. How can you decide who we like? Your Wu Yufei is amazing, but she's not unique. She's not so amazing that we can't like others. That's right. She just debuted a few years ago. She can't compare to Lin Che at all. Look at you brainless fans now. You know what an idol is like. You're still snatching other people's photos. Do you know that it's against the law?" Everyone started to make a ruckus. In the empty space in front of the television station, it immediately caused a commotion. When the people from the television station realized this, they were furious. It's Wu Yufei again. She brought so many fans over for no reason. She's just participating in a television program and she's finding so many people to cause trouble. She's so annoying. Chapter 1295. The television station was also very annoyed with these artists who came looking for trouble. Wu Yufei, on the other hand, wasn't a particularly likable artist. Hence, when the TV station saw these fans, they immediately asked the security guards to chase them out. They said impatiently, "Get out! Get out! This is a TV station. You can't come in without a pass. What kind of artist is this? How could they be so uncultured? They already said that we're filming in the studio and we didn't arrange seats for our fans. Yet, they still called so many fans over." That's right. I don't think it's a big shot artist. Those big shots don't need fans to promote themselves. That's why they don't bring people along and don't want to show that they have a lot of fans. These words were deliberately said for the fans to hear. After the fans heard it, even if they didn't show it in person, they would still feel disgusted. Behind them, the fans who had just switched sides immediately followed suit. That's right. Real celebrities don't need to pretend to ask people to come and support them. Look, Lin Che came by himself just now. Humph. She's still talking about us. It's good enough that we came to support her, but she doesn't want us to chase after other celebrities. Really, she's shameless. The fans became even more rowdy. Not long after, such a video appeared on the internet. The fans' betrayal made many people feel even more interested. Wu Yufei actually asked her fans to support her. Wu Yufei's fans had turned against Lin Che. Lin Che had fulfilled his idol's dream. Lin Che's deeds were fermenting. The almighty Lin Che had become a role model for women. This kind of topic was a little unexpected, but it was an indisputable fact that Lin Che's topic had suddenly occupied all the gossip rankings. Later, no matter how much Panda TV wanted to promote Wu Yufei, it was too late. Because of Lin Che's sudden fame, Oriental TV station, which did not have so many publicity costs and channels, suddenly saved a lot of costs, which greatly increased the exposure of the TV series. All of a sudden, everyone paid more attention to this drama about the female lead pouncing on the male lead. The TV series also reflected Lin Che's image in the outside world. The female lead did not rely on men, nor did she rely on palace intrigue. She relied on her own ability, martial arts, and her own status to become the strongest queen in the world. At the end of the novel, the queen would ascend to the top handsomely. In the end, Xiao Qiu, who was played by Lin Che, won the battle. Those who had read the novel and manga were all looking forward to this plot. After the spoiler was revealed, those who had watched the TV series were also looking forward to the final result. When Lin Che woke up early in the morning, Yu Minmin immediately called him to report the good news. "Look, the ratings today are higher than Queen of the Morning Sun," Lin Che said in surprise. "Really? Where?" That day, Lin Che was still a little surprised. However, the viewership ratings had indeed surpassed the previous one by a small margin. The next day, Yu Minmin called again. "Gosh, we've surpassed Queen of the Morning Sun by 30%. No way." The news of Lin Che's TV series surpassing the previous one made headlines. All of a sudden, Lin Che's TV series became popular again. Radiance's comeback left everyone in awe. Halfway through the broadcast, it only started to turn the tables and became more and more popular. A TV series like this had never been seen before. The TV station quickly called Lin Che to congratulate him. They didn't expect it either. Originally, they were very satisfied with the ratings. In recent years, few TV stations had beaten Panda TV, so they didn't have such extravagant expectations. Originally, this TV series had been signed by Panda TV. Later, Lin Che broke the contract and came to them. They already felt that it was a pie falling from the sky. Lin Che and Gu Jingyu, even if they couldn't beat their TV series, the ratings wouldn't be too bad. Hence, they bought it without hesitation. But now that the viewership ratings had reversed, they were caught off guard. The TV station leader said excitedly, "Back then, our station was in the limelight. Later on, we were dominated by Panda TV for so many years and we had already given up. This time, we didn't expect that your TV series would turn the tables and let us discover a possibility. Our station is now having a meeting and they said that we can't be so depressed in the future. No matter how good Panda TV is, it's not impossible for us to surpass them. Hence, the TV station is now full of confidence that we will definitely surpass Panda TV in the future. This is all thanks to you." Lin Che hurriedly said, No, you're too polite. How is this my credit? Am I too excited? Anyway, this is inseparable from you. Next time, the TV station will organize a celebration for you. You must come." Yes. I will definitely go." At this moment, some people were happy while others were sad. Liang Shan didn't lose his temper. He sat there, looked at Wu Yufei opposite him, shook his head, sighed, and said, as expected of Lin Che. All right, anyway, I've already said that this woman has a demonic nature. If it's her, anything can happen. Let's also relax." However, this was like a great torture, causing a huge blow to Wu Yufei's heart. She only felt her heart thump. After being hit by a heavy hammer, there was a moment of numbness, and then the pain tore her apart bit by bit. Because Liang Shan's consolation didn't feel comforting at all. She could only tell that Liang Shan had already predicted this and had long since rejected Wu Yufei in his heart. He had long felt that no matter what, Wu Yufei couldn't compare to Lin Che. Right now, everything was just fulfilling the expectations in his heart. So he wasn't surprised at all, was he? Then, for so many days, why did he still compare Wu Yufei with Lin Che? These days, her hard work, her nervousness, and her stress, what did it all amount to? Wu Yufei felt really bad, but Liang Shan felt that he had already treated her very well. He didn't lose his temper, scold her, or hit her. But what was with Wu Yufei's expression now? Why did it look like she was very resentful? Wu Yufei stood up and shook off Liang Shan's hand. Let go, let me be alone for a while. Hey you! Wu Yufei immediately ran out. Liang Shan said angrily, Look at you, Wu Yufei. I'm comforting you out of goodwill. What kind of attitude is this? It's because of your attitude that you're not calm enough. Otherwise, how could you not be as good as Lin Che? His words only made Wu Yufei quicken her steps. From the start, she had never thought of comparing herself with anyone. She had never thought of becoming the second person. It was because they had always compared her with Lin Che that everything happened today. On Lin Che's side, they couldn't not attend the celebration held by the television station. If an artiste had a good relationship with the television station, it would be very beneficial for them. Hence, usually, artistes would have a good relationship with the television station to increase their exposure. Only artistes with poor emotional intelligence would run to the television station to act like they were big shots. Those who didn't have a good relationship would only realize how stupid they were when they were banned. Chapter 1296. Lin Che wore a long blue dress to attend the event. This dress made him look very tall, and his entire person exuded an even more imposing aura. Maybe it was because of the recent topics that made Lin Che feel like he wasn't an artiste. Therefore, everyone felt that he had the charm of an elite when they looked at him right now. He felt different from the usual artistes because many of them gave people the feeling that their education was relatively low. Lin Che didn't have any special education either. He just graduated from an ordinary art school. After this event, he exuded the charm of a top student. He didn't seem to be inferior to those so-called highly educated artistes. When Lin Che arrived, the entire hall seemed to have a halo. The leader of the television station looked at him and liked him more and more. This type of female celebrity who was full of positive energy, low-key and charming, made people feel that she was more profound. She didn't have the superficial feeling of those women who were like vases. Gu Jingyu also followed him to the television station. The leader of the television station saw that Gu Jingyu, who was usually too lazy to attend any event, actually gave him face this time. He felt even happier. The leader of the television station pulled Gu Jingyu's hand and thanked her. Even if she didn't come, they had nothing to say. After all, apart from being an A-list artiste in the country, she was also the third young master of the Gu family. The leader said, We're really surprised that Jingyu could come. I heard that Jingyu is usually quite busy and doesn't have much time to attend events. We really... Gu Jingyu waved her hand. Isn't it because that guy Lin Che threatened me to come? He made me wake up so early. The leader was speechless for a moment, but then he remembered that Lin Che dared to threaten Gu Jingyu. It seemed like Lin Che was quite amazing. At night, the news directly broadcasted that Gu Jingyu and Lin Che attended a celebration party to celebrate the new TV series Light, achieving a new high in viewership. The people outside who saw the news watched silently. In the dormitory, someone said, Hey, isn't there someone in our dormitory acting in this TV series too? Why didn't she attend their celebration party? Everyone's gazes were focused on Su-wan. Su-wan was sitting on the stage writing the script. In a few days, there would be a school drama and she was in charge of writing the script. Hearing the people below, she didn't stop writing and continued to write. Her roommate did not hesitate. Regardless of whether she heard it or not, she said directly, Hey, maybe she's not allowed to go because she has so few screen time. Do you think you're a celebrity just because you've acted in a role? This character is just a cameo. No one will remember her name after she comes out. Is that so? I thought some of them had already moved out and slept with others, so their roles should be quite important. How could we move out? Isn't our dormitory full? Hey, did you forget? Didn't someone move out before? But not long after, he moved back. Ha, you moved back in such a short time. It's hard to have feelings for you. I almost forgot about this. Haha, some people have limited charm. What should we do? Su-wan still didn't speak. At this time, someone knocked on the door and came in. Suwon, how's your script going? Why aren't you done yet? Suwon said, I finished. I'll show you. She came down and showed the team leader the script. The team leader looked at it with satisfaction and said, Not bad. Team leader, she stopped him and said, You said you could give me a role when I finished writing. The team leader looked at her and said impatiently, We'll talk about it when the time comes. Seeing that she wanted to speak again, the team leader said okay, I'm busy, and quickly left. She was still wondering who would dare to help her. She heard that her sister was really powerful. It wouldn't be good if she offended her. Suwon's stomach hurt and she squatted on the ground in pain for a long time. Her period came and her stomach hurt terribly. She wanted to buy painkillers, but she looked at the money in her pocket. She silently saved the money. She didn't have any living expenses for a long time and she couldn't work at Gu Jingyu's place. At this time, Qin Jian called her. Xiao Wan, is your period coming soon? I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Chen Jian was her good friend in university and the only man who dared to get close to her in many years. In the past, she had a relationship with her brother-in-law. Even the rumor that she caused her brother-in-law's death made many people in school not dare to get close to her. They were unwilling to get close to her. But Chen Jian never cared. After she went downstairs, Chen Jian was already waiting there with a big bag of things. Suwon looked at him jokingly. Why do you remember it better than me? You. He looked at her dotingly. You can't even remember your own days and you still have the nerve to talk about it. Here, painkillers, hot porridge, food. Eat well and sleep well. He looked at Suwon and was filled with joy. He hadn't seen her recently. She couldn't come back because she was busy filming. His heart felt empty. Suwon looked at him, not daring to look into his eyes. She wasn't young anymore. She knew what that gaze meant. She also thought that since Qin Jian treated her so well, maybe being with him would be better for her. However, she couldn't. She kept feeling that this was the case. Instead, it was harming him. Especially now, after having this kind of relationship with Gu Jingyu, what right did she have to agree to be with such a good man? Suwon quickly took it and said to him, Okay, I still have to do a part-time job. Go busy yourself first. They were actually envious of her. Chen Jian was a good person and they heard that his family background was pretty good, so the Su family couldn't touch him. Her part-time job at night was at a bar. She couldn't find a suitable one elsewhere. She worked here at night. At most, she would sleep a little less. It wouldn't affect her studies and auditions during the day. This bar was quite big and there were many people in the circle. Therefore, many fangirls chased stars here. The bar's expenses were very high, so they came to be waitresses. Usually, when some bosses saw Suwon, they would directly invite her in. However, she was a waitress and didn't do anything else, so she blocked them as much as she could. Recently, some people heard that she was an actress in the news, so they became more interested in her. Suwon, guest of room 101, please go over. Hearing the supervisor say this, Suwon turned her head and said, Supervisor, what am I going to do? That's not my position. Just go if I tell you to go. There are so many things to do. I'm telling you, you can't afford to offend the people in that room. They can't wait to go. You're lucky, you know? When Suwon was pushed over, she did see the other waitresses on the side looking at her with a fanatical gaze. Their jealous expressions almost wanted to eat her up. And the moment Suwon entered, she suddenly understood. Among the group of people inside, there was a very eye-catching man leaning there. It was Gu Jingyu. Chapter 1297. Besides Gu Jingyu, there were a lot of people here. However, the moment she entered the room, she only saw Gu Jingyu at first glance. Forgive her for not treating Gu Jingyu as an ordinary passerby, because no matter what, he was the first man in her life. In the past, they had such close physical contact. But now they were a pair of strangers. On the other side, there were a lot of people around Gu Jingyu. Some were moguls in the film industry and some were young masters of various families. They were all experts. Seeing Suwon, Master Lu's face was filled with joy. He stood up and said, Hey, She's here. Look, the little celebrity I was talking about. Come to me. Suwon lowered her head. She really wanted to pretend that she didn't exist, but she couldn't avoid it. After standing there for a while, she was pushed over by the supervisor. The supervisor looked at Suwon and became anxious. Suwon was usually quite smart. Why was she so careless today? She didn't show up in front of so many people that she couldn't afford to offend. Suwon directly walked forward after being pushed. Master Lu hugged Suwon. Hey, my little beauty. Come and let me see. You look pretty good. Why aren't you famous yet? Follow me. I'll let someone guide you. You'll definitely become famous. Suwon couldn't help but look at Gu Jingyu. Young Master Lu immediately said, Sigh, that's right. Let our Jingyu guide you. You know Jingyu, right? He's the most popular idol and the strongest celebrity in our country. With him guiding you, you'll become famous in no time. Gu Jingyu looked ahead indifferently, as if he didn't see Suwon at all. Hearing Master Lu's words, he just faintly grabbed the wine cup. However, after taking a sip, he slammed it on the table, making a bang. Everyone present froze. Lu Gongzi had good eyesight. He looked at Suwon and immediately said, Hey, this Suwon. Why aren't you going to pacify our Jingyu? Jingyu, look. Isn't this girl pretty? I specially found her to serve you. Gu Jingyu looked up and glanced at Suwon. No need. I don't care for this kind of wildflower. Suwon's face stiffened. Master Lu looked embarrassed. He looked at Suwon and thought that although she was a wildflower, she was pretty. But since Gu Jingyu didn't like it, he just chuckled and said, That's true. That's true. This kind of trash isn't worthy of Jingyu's attention. Those who are worthy of Jingyu's class are definitely those rich young ladies. They're well-matched in terms of social status and are highly cultured. We're different. We like this kind of wildflower. Hee. Come. What's your name? He started groping Suwon again. However, just as his hand touched her shoulder, Gu Jingyu suddenly tightened his grip on his wine glass. He looked up at them and said, Let's have some fun if we want to play. Give away all the women and whatnot. They looked over. They looked at each other, then at Gu Jingyu. Although Gu Jingyu didn't give them any face, they still had to give him enough face. Who asked this lord to not be trifled with? In Country C, who would dare to offend the Gu family? This man was the third young master of the Gu family. Master Lu immediately said, Okay, since our Jingyu wants peace, we'll accompany him today. Let's go. Women, leave. Master Lu looked at Suwon reluctantly. He thought to himself, I'll be able to get my hands on her sooner or later. Not now. Then he chased everyone out. Suwon heaved a sigh of relief after leaving. Although Gu Jingyu's words were hurtful, it was also because he didn't like wildflowers that she was spared from a disaster this time. However, the people outside saw that Suwon came out and rejoiced in her misfortune. Why did you come out? Is it because Gu Jingyu doesn't like her? I was wondering why Gu Jingyu would like the girls here. If he wanted to find someone, he would look for those high-end ones. Ah, but at least I got to see him in person. I want to go in and have a look too. Suwon really didn't want to go in. She exhaled and looked at the people outside. She saw the supervisor walking over. Suwon, I was kind enough to let you in and this is how you repay me? Do you know what status these people have? You can see that Gu Jingyu is also here. Those who hang out with Gu Jingyu are all people with status. You actually dare to throw a tantrum in front of me. I think you don't want to work here anymore. Suwon's expression changed. Gu Jingyu actually came here. She really didn't want to work here anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. Quit. She grabbed her nameplate and placed it on the table. What? The supervisor didn't think that this girl would be so stubborn. Hey, I'm just letting you in to socialize. These are all powerful people. If you can get close to one of them, it'll be enough for you to eat for the rest of your life. I'm really not doing this anymore. Suwon left the place resolutely. She took the bus and then the subway all the way back to school slowly. Just as she arrived at the door, she saw Chun Jian entering too. Suwon, you're back. Why are you here? Chun Jian said. I knew that you definitely didn't listen to me and went to work part-time. So I came over to wait for you. You, Suwon said, you don't need to. Quit. I'm not doing this anymore. Chen Jian froze but didn't ask much. He paused and then took out some money from his pocket. Take this first. Ah, no need, no need. I'll find another job. You don't need to give me money. I'm lending it to you. Take it. Otherwise, you won't have anything to eat. You'll starve to death. I'm not missing a friend. Hurry up and take it. Okay, I'm leaving first. He forcefully stuffed the money into her pocket. Knowing that she didn't want to take it, he didn't give her a chance to refuse and ran away. Chun Jian. Suwon called from behind but didn't stop him. She stood there and stared blankly. She didn't know that behind her, a car was following her all the way. He thought that she was virtuous. He thought that she was proud and aloof. She rejected him and left him. Then she went to take other people's money. Gu Jingyu was in the car, holding the steering wheel and looking here. After a while, he suddenly got out of the car. Suwon sighed and looked at the empty street. She thought that she would return it to him tomorrow. She must return it. She wouldn't accept his help anymore. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous. However, just as she took a step, she was suddenly stopped by a tall figure. She was stunned. She sensed a familiar fragrance approaching. Then, the strong man opened his arms and pulled her in front of him. She saw that the man in the dark had an indifferent look in his eyes. When he looked at her, his eyes were filled with cruel disdain. What? You don't want my money? So you have other goals. Chapter 1298. What? Suwon frowned at him. She didn't understand what he meant. Gu Jingyu slowly lifted her chin with one hand. How much money did you receive just now? How many days are you planning to sell yourself this time? Suwon suddenly understood. Just now, he saw the scene of Chen Jian shoving money into her hands. So he misunderstood something. The man's body approached her domineeringly. His cold gaze hit her face, making her feel a tearing pain. He lowered his head, almost sticking to her body. The hair on his forehead even fell onto her cheeks. She looked at him like this and couldn't help but feel suffocated, unable to control herself. Gu Jingyu, she called his name. Do you think everyone is as bad as you? He's just my friend who wants to help me. He's not as filthy as you think. Was he thinking that filthy, or did she think that he was filthy himself? He sneered and rushed in, using his chest to press her against the wall. Yes, I'm filthy. I'm very filthy. He's not filthy. He saved you from trouble, right? Why, does he like you very much? He leaned close to her ear and nibbled on it, using his teeth to play with her earlobe. And the words that came out of his mouth were so evil. Suwon blushed. No, he doesn't like me. But her flushed cheeks had already betrayed her heart. Gu Jingyu smiled sinisterly. Oh, then he likes you. How much does he like you? He moved close to her body and rubbed against her, feeling the softness of her chest against his. That feeling reminded him of the past. Every night, when he was in a daze, her face, that intoxicated expression. Now, was this expression also blossoming for another man? Do I like you so much that I don't care about your past? Don't care that your body has been touched by others? Don't care that you were once my mistress? Did such evil words come out of the mouth of this man who always looked very elegant? So bitter, so unkind. Maybe this was him. After all, their previous fate was like flowers in the mirror and the moon reflected in the water. It was so short and she hadn't reached the stage where she understood him so thoroughly. This unruly man exuded a rebellious aura from head to toe. He was overbearing and insufferably arrogant. However, how could he say that about her? Shut up. We're already done. Why are you still harassing me? Oh, is that so? It's already over? He leaned against her cheek and looked at her face closely. It's already over, but it doesn't mean we can't start again. You, let go. If you don't let go, I'm gonna call for help. The school is full of security guards. Go ahead and shout. I want to see who dares to meddle in my affairs. You bastard. Unable to bear it, Su Wan directly cursed. However, Gu Jingyu still refused to let go of her. He looked at her lips, which were raised due to anger. It was glistening and moist, reminding him of a hot peach. He grabbed her chin and kissed her lips. Boo-hoo! Gu Jingyu, let go of me. You, how could you do this? How dare you? Ha, there is nothing that I, Gu Jingyu, do not dare to do. You? Gu Jingyu directly stuck her there, listening to her cries, but he did not have the slightest intention of letting go. Feeling his scent, overbearingly invading her, she felt even more uncomfortable. How could he do this? How could he do it here? Let go. Boo-hoo, let go of me. Even if there weren't many people at this time, there would still be occasional passers-by. If they saw, moreover, they really did not have any relationship anymore. How could he do this to her? She hardened her heart and bit his tongue. She bit it hard. It hurt. Gu Jingyu suddenly let go of her. Looking at this woman, he felt a fishy taste in his mouth. It was bleeding. How heartless. He reached out and wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. A trace of wildness flashed in his eyes. He stared at her so closely. Su Wan. Su Wan trembled. She looked at him and said fiercely, Don't touch me again. What a no. Gu Jingyu's sneer spread across his face. All of a sudden, it was as if the summer was bitterly cold. He stared at her. Okay, I want to see how you're going to stop me. Say, if that man just now knew how many positions you've been placed in on my bed and how every inch of your skin has been left with my marks, would he still dote on you and like you so much? You're too vicious. Hey, you call this vicious? Then just you wait. Gu Jingyu patted the hem of his clothes, turned around and walked out. Gu Jingyu, you won't allow it. How can you do this? Are you trying to destroy my life? Gu Jingyu didn't turn around. On the side, a curious person seemed to have heard Gu Jingyu's name and looked over. Su Wan gritted her teeth and watched as his figure blended into the night. She finally didn't muster up the courage to chase after him. Gu Jingyu, what was he trying to do? Su Wan touched her lips, wanting to wipe off his taste. Too hateful. How could he be so bad? Did he really want to completely destroy her life? Gu family. Lin Che was playing with building blocks with the child when Gu Jingyu suddenly came in. Hey, third master, the teacher isn't here. Don't walk so fast. The security guards naturally wouldn't stop their young master, especially the third master who was close to their teacher. They all knew that the brothers of the Gu family got along well with each other. Therefore, they treated Gu Jingming and Gu Jingyu as their own family members and wouldn't be strict with them. When Gu Jingyu rushed in, Lin Che was also shocked. She said, Wow, what are you doing? Gu Jingyu said, Sai, I'm so bored. Let's go drink together. Lin Che was speechless. I still have to take care of the child. I don't see him. Hand the child over to someone else. You can see the child every day, but you can't see me every day. Let's go. Gu Jingyu pulled Lin Che. Thankfully, the child in their family was easy to take care of. Therefore, Gu Jingyu pulled her away and just sat on the ground and asked, Mom, where did you go? Your uncle took me out to play. I'll be back in a bit. Okay, Mom. Does uncle have no one to play with? He's so pitiful. Gu Jingyu glared fiercely at Gu Shiwan. Lin Che really wanted to laugh. He was right. This Gu Jingyu was really something. When he had no one to play with, he took his sister-in-law out to play. If it was someone else, they would have been scolded. However, Gu Jingyu was really good friends with him. No one would say anything. After all, everyone knew that they had a good relationship. Chapter 1299. Lin Che was dragged out to a small bar outside. It was filled with people from the entertainment industry. Lin Che had been to this bar before. Although the decorations inside had been upgraded, they were still there. This was also because there were too many celebrities in the entertainment industry. Lin Che was with Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu was obviously in a bad mood, so Lin Che allowed him to make a fuss. Gu Jingyu was clamoring for Lin Che to drink. Lin Che could only comply and drink. Gu Jingyu said, Look at you. You don't give me any face. We've been friends for so many years. Can I order you to stop drinking as your sister-in-law? Hee no. Lin Che rolled his eyes. Someone nearby saw that Gu Jingyu and Lin Che had actually made a rare appearance and wanted to come over to chat. There were many people trying to pull strings here. If they saw someone who was similar, they would come over and try to get a role. There was no lack of people in the entertainment industry. However, Lin Che saw that Gu Jingyu was in a bad mood, so he quickly blocked them and pretended to ignore them. Someone saw that the two of them didn't want to talk to others and wanted to join in the fun. However, they were worried that they would offend someone, so they didn't come over. Gu Jingyu was a little drunk after a while. He tilted his head and said, "Sigh, I think women are really unfathomable creatures." Lin Che said, "What's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" "I just feel that she might be like this a moment ago, but in the next moment, she becomes like that. It's hard to guess." Lin Che smiled. "You think too much and care too much. That's why you're like this." Gu Jingyu said, "Who the fuck cares?" Just then, someone called Lin Che. Lin Che saw that it was an unfamiliar number and was a little suspicious. However, normal people wouldn't know her number. Gu Jingza had specially set it up for her so that some advertising calls couldn't reach her. Hence, the calls that could reach her were usually of use. Lin Che picked up the phone suspiciously. "Is this Lin Che?" The voice on the phone was careful and probing. "Who are you?" She didn't know who the other party was, so she didn't admit it. "Oh, I'm from Wangjia village. I saw you at your grandmother's funeral last time," Wang Yao said. "Grandmother?" Lin Che was stunned. That was quite a long time ago, and there were quite a lot of people there that day, so she couldn't really remember who it was. However, since it was someone from the other side, it should be something important that would call. The caller was a woman, and she guessed it was a relative. "Oh, I see. Do you need something from me? It's been a few years. When your grandma passed away, we didn't talk much when we saw each other. Now that we've come to B-City to play, we want to visit you. Before your grandma passed away, the person she was most worried about was you. We're also here to visit you. When we go back, we can go to your grandma's grave and talk about how you're doing." Looking at his grandmother, Lin Che heard that since they had come to B-City, he had to meet them. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu, who was leaning to the side in a daze, and pulled him up. "All right, stop drinking. I'm going out to meet someone. I'll send you home." "Ah, who are you going to meet? I'll give you a ride." "Why are you sending me off like this? Do you still want to drive?" "No way." "Oh yeah, I can't drive yet. Let's go, I'll go with you." Lin Che said, "Why are you going with me, dear? What's the matter? Who can't I see?" "Oh, did you do something behind second brother's back?" "No, I have to go and see." This Gu Jingyu, in the end, just wanted to cling to her. Lin Che thought that maybe he didn't want to go back alone and let his imagination run wild. So he felt that it was always good to have someone by his side. So she didn't refuse and brought him along. The whole family was at the entrance of B-City's train station. When Lin Che arrived, she was a little confused to see a row of people standing there. There were unexpectedly many people, but fortunately there were many cars at home. She asked someone to drive the car over. The people at the station saw a few luxury cars passing by, but they didn't stop them. It was not a big deal to drive only one car over. Cars were not valuable nowadays, and there were many rich people. But to drive so many cars at once, they must not be ordinary rich people. So the people at the station immediately opened up some space for them to park. Lin Che got out of the car, a little embarrassed. He was worried that there would be too many people outside, and he brought Gu Jingyu along. If he got out of the car too early and they were seen, they would be surrounded immediately, and that would be troublesome. He thanked the people who came to help. When the people at the station saw that it was Lin Che, they were already stunned. They nodded in a daze, their faces full of smiles. You're welcome, you're welcome." As for the people on the other side, when they saw Lin Che's group coming over with such grandeur and extravagance, they were immediately filled with astonishment. They thought that it was really grand. Even the uniformed people at the station had to bow and scrape. In their eyes, the uniformed people in B City were much more powerful than the uniformed people in their own city. And there was even a sharp-eyed person at the back who suddenly shouted, "Oh, that's Gu Jingyu." At this moment, Lin Che had already walked over. It seemed that there were 6 people, and the one in front should be the woman who made the call. She was dressed neatly, and there were 2 men and a woman beside her, probably her son and daughter. Behind her was a man, probably her man. Next to him was a woman who looked like the man, and Lin Che guessed that she might be her sister-in-law. And when they arrived, all these guesses were confirmed. The woman hurriedly said warmly, "Little Che, oh my, you don't remember me, do you? I'm Su Fun, your mother and I share the same grandmother. Your grandmother lives next door with us." Lin Che immediately understood that she was a relative from his mother's side. She should have called her second aunt. "Hello, second aunt. Oh, hello, this is your sister Lu Lian, and these are your 2 brothers, your uncle." After greeting them one by one, Su Fun looked at the car behind her, and Lu Lian was all looking at Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu looked at them, and when she heard that they were Lin Che's relatives, she immediately restrained herself and stood there without saying a word. Lu Lian shouted, "Is that Gu Jingyu? Sister, is that really Gu Jingyu?" Lin Che looked back, and he understood what these little girls were thinking, so he smiled and said, "Yes." "Oh, that's great. Can I go over and say hello? Can we take a picture together?" Hearing this, Su Fun said, "Lu Lian, why are you so disobedient? What do you mean by taking a picture together? Don't cause trouble for them as soon as you arrive." Ahaha. Lin Che didn't say anything, because he knew that Gu Jingyu didn't like to take pictures with others, and he didn't want to make things difficult for his friend just to accommodate others. So he laughed dryly and didn't say anything. Lu Lian looked at him and muttered, "If you can't, then you can't." She curled her lips and stood at the back. Chapter 1300. Seeing this, Su Fun pulled her daughter to the back and looked at Lu Lian with a reproachful look. Lin Che naturally heard her muttering. He couldn't help but turn around to look at the young girl. He didn't make any comments for a while. "How long will you be staying in City B?" "I don't know yet. We're here to see you. I've never been to the capital before." Su Fun answered carefully and looked at Lin Che with a smile. Lin Che thought for a while and said, "I'll arrange your accommodation then." "Really? Oh, I'm so sorry. We just want to see you." Although Su Fun said that, the expression on her face was completely happy. She knew that they could save money by contacting her in City B. Her family could make room for them. Even if they didn't sleep on the bed, they could sleep on the floor. Anyway, they didn't need to stay in a hotel, so they could save a lot of money. When they stayed there, they would definitely take care of their meals. That would save them even more money. Lin Che arranged a place for them to stay. It was a villa under Gu Jing's name. Of course, she wouldn't let them stay in the Gu mansion, but this place should be enough to entertain them. She sent a servant to clean the place. Thinking that they would only be staying for a few days, she didn't make any other arrangements. Usually, there were people taking care of the place. It was clean and clean so they could move in right away. They sat in the car and arrived at the place that had been arranged for them. Inside the car, they looked at the villa outside in amazement. Thinking that Lin Che's place was so nice, they sighed in their hearts. After getting out of the car, Lin Che watched them enter the house. "This place is so well decorated. Oh, I feel like I'm in heaven. This place is so beautiful. Xiao Che, your house is so clean." Su Fun said, "Oh yeah, where's your husband? I saw him last year, but I haven't seen him since. He's still busy." Lin Che said, "Yeah. Is he always not at home?" Su Fun looked around and didn't see anyone, so she asked, "Oh, we don't stay here. This place is arranged for second aunt. Have a good rest, second aunt. I'll send my friend home first and we'll talk about the arrangements tomorrow." Su Fun looked at them in surprise. "Not staying here? Hey, where do you live? This place is so big. We don't live far from here. You guys can rest." Without saying anything else, Lin Che brought Gu Jingyu and left this place. Seeing that Gu Jingyu had left, Wuliulian was still anxiously stomping her feet behind him. She stared at him until the last bit of Gu Jingyu's hair disappeared. Only then did she withdraw her gaze. Su Fan touched the beautiful curtains on one side. They were so smooth that she couldn't hold back. She could tell that they were made of good fabric, but they were actually used to make curtains. What a waste. You're too kind to give us such a big place to stay, Wuliulian said. Mom, don't be old-fashioned. These rich people love to buy houses. They definitely have more than one house. The one that we are staying in is one of them. It's called a villa. Look, it's 2 stories and it's so big. Su Fan said. Celebrities are so rich. Yeah, what do you think? Su Fan said. There are several houses like this. That's too rich. Moreover, the houses in B City are very expensive. You don't know this, but this one can buy 100 of ours. Are you exaggerating? What do you think? This is the capital. Su Fan sighed and said, Oh my! I thought she would just take care of our food and drinks. She's so rich. She doesn't care about this bit of money. After Lin Che went out, he shook his head and instructed his bodyguards. Keep an eye on them. It's best if they don't cause any trouble. Lin Che's impression of them was not very good when he heard their excessive flattery towards her. However, since they were relatives from his mother's side, he still had to take care of them. Back at home, Lin Che told Gu Jingze about the matter. I feel that it's a bit of a waste to let them stay in that place. But if they don't stay there, it'll be easier to split the money in a hotel. It's better to arrange for them to stay at home and let them cook their own food. Gu Jingze nodded and looked at her. I don't think you like them very much. Lin Che said, Anyway, that feeling, I can't put it into words. It's weird. I just feel that they're here to take advantage of me. There are many people like that. Have you met them before? Didn't you come here to take advantage of me in the beginning? Lin Che looked at him angrily. You were the one who pushed me down. Gu Jingze smiled brightly. The corners of his eyes were slightly pursed and he looked a little amused. Caressing and teasing were like flowers blooming on his good-looking face. You're the one who took advantage of me, aren't you? That was my first time. Ha, as if it wasn't my first time. Humph. Is the first time taking advantage of me? I didn't say that I gave you a free practical lesson. Otherwise, if you went over, humph, no matter how rich your theoretical knowledge is, you're still a rookie. Gu Jingze's eyes widened. Ha, he's got guts now. He turned over and pressed her down on the narrow single-seater sofa. Lin Che giggled and hurriedly resisted. Let go of me, let go of me. Teacher, you've taught me well. After so many years, I feel that my results are not bad. But you don't seem to have a good look. Come now. Hoo-hoo, no. Lin Che hurriedly begged for mercy. It's useless to bow down now. The 2 of them laughed in the room. When the people outside heard it, they couldn't help but laugh as well. The couple was so sweet that they started to look forward to love. Lin Che's body was itchy from his teasing and she panted. Looking at Gu Jingze, she felt that he was right. She had indeed taken advantage of him, and she still acted obedient every day. She got such a good-looking husband for nothing. Just his face alone gave her the feeling that he was a C+. She cupped his face and said softly, I can take advantage of myself, but not others. Anyway, I have to send them away as soon as possible. Gu Jingze pinched her cheek. Be careful. It's easier to invite them in than to send them away. Lin Che was a little worried that they would get into trouble. But there was no other way at this time. Looking at Gu Jingze, she felt that it wasn't good to take advantage of others. She thought to herself that he was always the one who surprised her. Actually, she really hadn't given him any special gifts. She suddenly wanted to see what he looked like when he was surprised. However, he had always been an expressionless and calm man. Although he wasn't like that in front of her, he always had an air of indifference, as if everything was within his calculations and he had a card up his sleeve. It was as if nothing in her heart could escape him. This made her feel very defeated. She thought that she had to scheme against him at least once. Otherwise, she wouldn't be satisfied. But how could she hide it from his sharp eyes? Chapter 1301. The next day, Lin Che didn't have time to deal with that family. They went out for a stroll and sighed at the prosperity of B City. It was really different from their hometown. Moreover, Lin Che had sent a car to follow them. Wherever they drove, the people who looked at them were polite. For the first time, Su Fan felt especially confident walking on the road, and her chest was puffed out. In the afternoon, Wu Lilian begged Su Fan to call her, saying that she wanted to go to the location where Lin Che and the others were filming. Su Fan loved her daughter dearly. She had gotten this child when she was old. She was more than 10 years younger than her two elder brothers. Wu Liulian, who was only 16 years old, was especially delicate and willful. However, Su Fan could not do anything about it. After all, she only had one precious daughter. Although Su Fan felt a little uncomfortable, she still called Lin Che. Lin Che was in the company. Although he was a little unhappy, he still agreed to Su Fan's request. Yu Minmin, who was listening on the side, was still curious. "You're really giving them face," Lin Che said. "I want to find a chance to send them back." "What opportunity? If he causes any trouble, he probably won't have the nerve to stay here anymore." "That's true. They won't spread bad things about you when they go back." Lin Che was prepared to let them come over and then create a small surprise for them. It would be best for them to leave on their own accord. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che with a sinister smile. "I really think that you've become a bad person." Lin Che was unconvinced. "How did I become bad?" "He must have learned it from Gu Jingzi," Wang Yao said. Lin Che blinked his eyes foolishly. "Is that so? Why didn't she think so?" Lin Che said, "By the way, I was thinking of giving Gu Jingzi a surprise. What do you think we should prepare for him? Wear sexy lingerie and let him unlock new positions." Lin Che glared at Yu Minmin. "Can you be more serious?" "I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth." "Annoying." "Ha ha, alright, I'm just kidding. I think he'll be very happy no matter what surprise you give him. You can make him a meal or something. Hee, that will scare him and he won't eat it at all." "Is it that scary?" "You'll know when you try it next time." "Let her cook?" That would really kill people. It was going to be Chinese Valentine's Day soon. Lin Che wanted to take this opportunity to give him a good surprise. Most importantly, she couldn't let him discover her surprise. When Su Fan brought her daughter to the set, Lin Che would also go and have a look. Enrich, which was being filmed and broadcasted at the same time, was now in its third season. The viewership ratings had always been very good, so they were still busy filming. Su Fan arrived with flowing love. Seeing so many people and so many machines, she walked around them. At first glance, Lu Lian saw Mu Firen on the other side. "Oh, Mu Firen, I see it. TSK, look at that girl. She's so pretty." From afar, Flowing Love also felt that she was very beautiful. However, she also felt that she wasn't bad herself. Lin Che hadn't arrived yet. He watched as Mu Firen finished filming in one take. The audience applauded and cheered. Then he went to touch up his makeup. Flowing Love sighed. "Look at him. He can go and rest after making a few facial expressions. It's just a drama and it's so expensive." "Who asked him to be so capable?" "I don't think I can't do it. It looks very simple." Seeing this, Su Fan said, What's wrong with me, Mom? Are you looking down on your own daughter?" Wu Lu Lian said. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, what are you talking about? Anyway, I want to give it a try." She begged her mother. "Look, Lin Che is so amazing. She was the one who found people to film this drama. Ask her to arrange a role for me. If I become popular in a short period of time, we can buy a big house in B City and drive a good car in the future. Don't you want that?" Who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want to live a rich life? But could she do it? As Flowing Love continued to speak, Lin Che had already arrived. As Lin Che walked, he greeted the crew and said, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I'm here to give you more food. I'll treat everyone to Japanese food today. Okay?" It was summer and it was much cooler to eat Japanese food. Everyone was excited when they heard this. Japanese food was so expensive now. It cost a few hundred yuan per person. With so many people here, Lin Che would have to spend a lot of money. However, Lin Che had always been generous to the crew, so everyone liked to work with Lin Che. When Lin Che entered, everyone greeted Sister Che respectfully. Those who passed by, even if they were carrying things in their hands, had to bow and greet Lin Che. It was really impressive. Su Fun was even more envious. An actress who was respected and feared by so many people was really amazing. She didn't understand these things and naturally thought that it was because she was a celebrity. But actually, it was because she was a big shot and also because she was the boss. It was natural for everyone to treat her like this. Su Fun looked at Lin Che and hurried over. "Little Che, we're here." Lin Che smiled and said, "Oh, you're here. Take a look around. It's very chaotic here. Just don't get lost and don't bump into anyone." Yes, we're all very careful. There are so many people filming a TV series. Little Che, I think they're all very afraid of you. You're really capable now. You've grown up. If your grandmother knew about this in the afterlife, she would definitely be very pleased. Of course not. This isn't anything much. Sai, it seems like being an actress is really profitable. Look at your life now. We can't even look up to you. I'm just trying to make a living. She said these words to cope with it. Look at you now. If you can help our family, you can help them too. Look at our Lu Lian, she's not bad looking either. Do you think she can become a celebrity or something? Lin Che raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Lian. Lu Lian was indeed not bad looking, but she didn't have any aura. She was the type of little beauty who looked like a passerby. Although she looked good at first glance, the more you looked at her, the more you felt that she was a little loose. Her facial features weren't focused and she wasn't very recognizable. Moreover, his face looked like a big pancake on camera. It wasn't three-dimensional enough. Lin Che judged and said to her, "Well, celebrity is just a title that the public calls us. In our industry, we're artists, singers, actors, and hosts. We'll do whatever we can." "Actress? I think I can be an actress," she cried immediately. Lin Che smiled and looked at her. She was really confident in herself. This requires some professional skills. If you want, you can try an audition. Chapter 1302. Ah? What's an audition? Lu Lian was a little unhappy. Lin Che said, "The director will see how you look in front of the camera and see if you're suitable for some roles." Lu Lian said, "Then with Sister Che around, I should be able to get hired no matter what, right?" Wishful thinking. Lin Che smiled faintly. "Well, it's not up to me. The director is the most powerful person in the crew. Whether you're suitable or not depends on the director." Lu Lian's face darkened. Lin Che didn't give her another chance. He said, "Someone will give you the address of the audition. Go and have a look when you're free." "All right, I still have work to do. You guys go ahead and have fun." Lin Che shook his head. Did she think it was so easy to be an actress? She had been an extra for many years before she got better. Moreover, although Lin Che was willing to help others, Lu Lian didn't look like she was serious about being an actress. She only wanted to cheat. Lin Che had seen many people like her in the industry. She liked to help others, but the way she helped them was to give them a chance. The rest depended on their own efforts, because she always felt that it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Therefore, whether it was Shui Yang or Chang Yuan-tu, she gave them a chance. Everything else, including their current status and money, were all earned by themselves. She had nothing to do with them anymore. Lin Che left just like that. Lu Lian said to Su Fun indignantly, "Mom, she could have gotten me in just by saying a few words, but she insisted on me going to the audition. Isn't she making things difficult for me on purpose?" Su Fun said, "Forget it. You can go to the audition now. You can go and try first. If it doesn't work out, we'll wait and see." Humph! How could she do this? We haven't asked her for anything for so many years and now she's treating us like this. You're still too young. This is how people ask for help. Su Fun said, "Who would help you without any benefits? Isn't she our relative? She hasn't been back there for so many years. How could she be so close to us? Even if she doesn't want to help us, there's nothing we can do. We still have to rely on you. Look, if you go there, you might be chosen immediately. Our lingering love is so beautiful. Don't you think so? Flowing love felt that it was unfair. She did not want to compete with others. She only wanted to get the best for herself. If she had to compete with others, she would naturally feel unhappy when she thought about how much effort she would have to put in. Humph. Forget it if you don't want to help me. I'll go for the audition. I don't believe that I can't get in. As there were many people on the set, no one noticed Lu Lian and the others. Mu Firen was so focused on filming that she did not care about these things at all. But when she saw Lin Che, she smiled and said, "Aren't you busy? Aren't you busy with publicity?" Lin Che said, "I don't have any work scheduled today. If I do, I'll die." Haha, isn't the publicity period like this? This is probably the final season. I'm thinking about acting in a movie next. Oh, really? What kind of movie? Do you need me to help you find one? Of course, I want to contact Hollywood. Lin Che was stunned and looked at Mu Firen. Mu Firen noticed the doubt in Lin Che's eyes. It seemed that Lin Che did not simply believe that she really wanted to go to Hollywood. Mu Firen smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me? Every actor has a Hollywood dream. I haven't tried it before, so I'm gonna try it." Lin Che did not believe her. "Are you sure that you don't want to avoid Blackhawk?" Mu Firen's bright eyes flashed with disappointment. "I don't know. I'm just a little confused and want to go out for a walk. You don't have to do this. If you want to go to Hollywood, I can help you. Otherwise, it will be more troublesome if you have to use your own name. But if you want to go abroad and go to the United States, I suggest that you go there to relax. Don't use work as a burden. How can your body take it?" Mu Firen was a little relieved and scared, so she wanted to escape. However, Lin Che gave her another blow. "Besides, do you think Blackhawk will let you go if you go to the United States?" Lin Che poked her and said, "Do you think he won't go with you? He will make a big deal out of it. Maybe Hollywood will be turned upside down. Don't regret it then." That man. If it were someone else, she might not believe it. Hollywood was so deep that no one dared to make trouble there. But Blackhawk was different. She had never found anything in the world that Blackhawk was afraid of. Mu Firen covered her head and felt a headache. The point was that Yun was so dependent on him and liked him. She felt uneasy when she went home and wanted to go to Blackhawk. She really had no choice. Today, Mu Firen didn't have many scenes. As soon as she went out, Blackhawk came to pick her up. Mu Firen looked at him with a straight face, but he pretended not to see her expression. "Did you have a hard day? What do you want to eat? I asked someone to pick up Yun. Let's go fishing by the river and I'll grill fish for you. What do you think?" Mu Firen looked at Blackhawk and said, "You even picked up Yun." She really had a headache. Yun had been asking to look for him every day, and he even picked Yun up. It was really, Blackhawk said, "I haven't seen her for a few days. I miss her." "Then you bring her alone." "I'm not going." Mu Firen sat there and threw a tantrum. Blackhawk said, "No way." His strong arms wrapped around her shoulders tightly. "You two little lovers. I'll take either one of you." Mu Firen said, "Who's your little lover?" "My daughter is my lover in my previous life. You're my lover now, so both of you are." "Hey, you!" She was so shameless. How did she become his daughter? Blackhawk looked at her innocently. "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" "Of course not." "Who's your daughter?" Yun. "I haven't admitted it yet. The blood relationship is there. Do I need you to acknowledge it?" "You." "Enough." Blackhawk looked at her. "Eat the fish later. Be good and watch my fishing skills. Then you'll know how good I am." As Blackhawk said that, he bent his lips and kissed her lightly. Although it was just like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, Mu Firen still bristled. What was Blackhawk doing? What was he doing? How could he kiss her just like that? "Blackhawk, I don't want to go." "Stop it. It's not good if people see it." Blackhawk comforted this woman who looked like a little hedgehog. "No, I want to get out of the car." Get out of the way. Mu Firen didn't care. She opened the car door and jumped out. Black Hawk followed her. Hey, don't jump out of the car. Come on. He pulled her and didn't let go. He pulled her to look at the curious eyes around them. Chapter 1303. Someone looked at her strangely, because she had jumped down from the mountain on the road. Mu Firen even told him to let go of her. The people around them were attracted by her. Black Eagle looked at the person next to him and hugged her face, hiding her in his arms. All right, if someone sees you, don't think about leaving. You'll be blocked, right? He said. Mu Firen was stunned, but she saw that the others were indeed looking at her. She could only lean against him and didn't dare to move. It was just that the smell on his body was really pleasant. It was intoxicating but also very piercing. Black Eagle hugged her and looked at the passers-by. He smiled and said, It's nothing. My girlfriend is just throwing a tantrum. Everyone looked at him and smiled as they turned around. Black Eagle patted Mu Firen's back. All right, it's all my fault. Don't be angry. Go back to the washboard. No matter what, it's my fault. If you get angry, my heart will ache. Really, don't be angry. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you don't get angry. It's not good for girls. You'll grow old and you won't be pretty. Don't be angry at all. The passers-by were really envious when they heard that. Look at her boyfriend. He's so handsome and he's so good to his girlfriend. Look at you. Girl, if there's a man who cares about you so much, you should just marry him. Don't be angry. Yeah, let's be together. Let's be together. What the heck? These passers-by really liked to join in the fun. They just saw how handsome Black Hawk was. He was so tall and protective of his girlfriend. That heartache look on his face was very eye-catching, so they wanted to get involved. However, Mu Firen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why were these people so one-sided? Who was his girlfriend? Black Eagle smiled. Thank you, everyone. Then he carried Mu Firen up. Mu Firen frowned and pinched his chest forcefully. Tsk. Black Eagle snorted, but he still hugged her and stuffed her into the car. Then he sat in the car. Then he called the driver. Drive. The driver started the car. Black Eagle lifted up his shirt. Look, it's all red. You're using too much force. Along with it were his scars. Mu Firen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Even looking at it now, it still hurt. She felt pain for him. There were so many scars. How much pain must he have felt when he was injured? If he didn't feel any pain, why would he cry out in pain when she pinched him? He was deliberately acting coquettishly in front of her. However, the dignified Black Eagle was acting like a spoiled child in front of her. He was also drunk. She looked at him and saw that the car had already left. She guessed that there was no way to reject him now. She had no choice. She still wanted to go to Hollywood. It would be strange if she could stop him from going over to cause trouble. Mu Firen looked at him and said, You're so delicate. Are you like this when you're injured? Black Hawk said, That's different. Guns and ammunition can't do anything to me. You're much stronger than them. You hurt me every time. Mu Firen's heart jolted. He didn't know that he could always use a light sentence to poke at her heart. He looked at her. Let's go fishing. I'll catch a lot of fish for you. Mu Firen snorted. I'm an expert at fishing. Be careful. Ha! Really? She said. Why? Are you going to beat me? In front. Just then, the driver interrupted. Don't. Boss. You can't win. If you win, you won't have a girlfriend. Mu Firen thought that their chauffeur was so talkative. Black Eagle thought that he was right. He nodded silently and said, Okay. You can fish later. Mu Firen was speechless. He was really obedient. Over there, Gu Jingze and Lin Che were eating together. The two of them found a restaurant and went in together. Lin Che stared at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze ate casually. Lin Che said, Gu Jingze. Huh? I realized that you don't really like anything. Yes. Ah, really? What are you talking about? In Lin Che's eyes, Gu Jingze was omnipotent. but he learned everything because he needed to learn. Except for work, there was nothing else he wanted to do, which made her a little confused and curious. What on earth did he like? Gu Jingzi said, "You." Lin Che's expression darkened. Was he really going to give him a surprise like Yu Minmin had said? No. At this moment, news came from the production crew. They said that Su Fun had indeed caused trouble and was making a scene. Gu Jingzi said, "What's wrong? She's making a scene? Yeah. She doesn't even let me have a proper meal. It's okay. You can eat first. I'll send you over later." On the other side, Su Fun had gone to the audition with Flowing Love. Near the production crew, there was indeed an assistant director auditioning for some unimportant roles. Flowing Love went straight to the audition. When she saw many people auditioning, she thought it was an important role. However, after walking around, she realized that there were too many beauties. There were also many handsome men. Many of them looked like they had spent a lot of money on plastic surgery. Suddenly, she felt a little unconfident. She looked down at herself. Her clothes were a little old-fashioned and not very fashionable. However, she thought about it and realized that she had never had plastic surgery. She was natural, so she puffed out her chest and went over. She thought to herself. Moreover, she was introduced by Lin Che, so he wouldn't be careless. However, when she went in, the director looked at her and said, "Go back and wait for the news." She said, "Hey, what? I haven't started yet." "Well, we don't have any lines for this role, so we don't need to act." "No lines? Why? Didn't you read it? It's written here that this is an extra. One line and you'll stand behind the main character." Her face darkened. How could Lin Che give her such a role? Was Lin Che playing with her on purpose? Or was he humiliating her? Or did they not know? She said, "I'm recommended by Lin Che. I'm Lin Che's relative." Yes, I know. But no matter who comes, we have to follow the rules." "Hey, isn't this Lin Che's show? He's the boss and the rules are the rules." "Sorry, we don't have such rules. This is how we do things here. It's very fair." "Impossible. I'm gonna tell Lin Che. I'm telling you, Lin Che is my sister and my mom is Lin Che's second aunt." As she yelled, the other people who were auditioning also looked over. This person was Lin Che's relative? Lin Che had such a lowly relative. They looked at Flowing Love and felt that she had a terrible image and didn't look like a star at all. They looked at him with even more disdain. Someone even muttered at the side, "Seriously, everyone dreams of becoming a star these days." Chapter 1304. Upon hearing these words, Wu Liulian, who had just felt embarrassed, exploded in anger. Back in her village and her town, she was a famous beauty. Many people liked her. From the time she was 12 years old to middle school, many people had written her love letters. When she went to school, she was the campus belle. She had never been looked down upon like this. She turned around and shouted at the woman, "It's a dream for me to be a star. Aren't you the same? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Your nose is almost flying and you still have the cheek to criticize others. Ha, country bumpkin, what do you know? This is called self-investment. At least someone is willing to invest in me and pad my nose. Look at your garlic nose, no one is willing to pay for it, and you're still talking about me?" Su Fan noticed the commotion and ran over. When she saw that someone dared to bully her daughter, she rolled up her sleeves and ran over. He grabbed the woman in front of him and slapped her on the face. The woman's nose started to bleed. Looking at the shrew who had suddenly run out, she retreated and shouted, "Aya, she's hitting me. She's hitting me. Who are you? Where did you come from? How dare you hit me?" "Daughter, my dear daughter, what's wrong?" Su Fan hurriedly protected her daughter. Wu Lu Lian pulled her mother. "Humph, she said that it's a dream for me to be a star. Seriously, she should take a look at herself. She said that I'm dreaming. Also, the director in the movie said that I don't even have any lines for the audition. He even said that it's useless no matter who introduced me." "Mom, what? It's useless no matter who introduced you? Not even Lin Che introduced you?" "Yes, it's useless. Humph. I'm going to talk to him and see why he can't do it. Hence, the indignant Sufan ran over and made a scene again. Hey, why can't we do it? We were introduced by Lin Che. Do you know Lin Che? He's a superstar. He said that he's going to give us an important role. We're Lin Che's relatives. We're not faking it. The assistant director saw that they were so difficult to deal with and immediately called the security. She picked up the phone angrily and called Lin Che. Hence, Lin Che was alerted. On the other side, Gu Jingze wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely finished his food, then brought Lin Che over. They were still arguing. Su Fun stood there, scolding the assistant director from head to toe. The assistant director lost his temper after being scolded. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful woman. This was not a compliment. He just thought helplessly that this woman was really unreasonable. She didn't let him speak and kept scolding him. The profanity was like a machine gun. Seeing that Lin Che had arrived, everyone hurriedly stood up and greeted Sister Che. It was as if they had been granted amnesty. Sister Che, you're here. Look at this. As soon as she saw Lin Che, Sufan also hurriedly walked over while crying. She wanted to pounce on him, but before she could get close, she was held down by Dongzi. She stared blankly for a moment. When she met Dongzi's murderous eyes, she was so frightened that her heart trembled. She hurriedly let go of him and said, Little Che, look, you just said that you would let us watch the movie. Look, they really didn't give you any face. They actually didn't appreciate it and wanted to chase us away. Those small-time actors were still looking down on us and humiliating us. I really feel bad for you. Lin Che swept a glance at the small-time actors who were watching the commotion. Everyone immediately saw Lin Che looking over and thought about Sufan's behavior. It seemed like they really were Lin Che's relatives. They suddenly thought about how they looked down on them earlier. Could they have really offended Lin Che? Right now, Lin Che was someone they couldn't afford to offend. For a moment, the entire corridor was so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard clearly. It was unbelievably quiet. Everyone's gazes were still on Lin Che, as if waiting for her to make a decision. Lin Che looked at everyone and said plainly, All right, everyone, go back to your work. Director Chun, you should continue with your work too. The assistant director hurriedly said, Yes, Sister Che. Lin Che smiled at the small-time actors beside him. Everyone, continue to queue up. You've worked hard. Everyone seemed to widen their eyes for a moment. Everything was fine now. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They watched as Lin Che pulled Sufan along and said, Let's go out and talk. Sufan was still a little confused. She looked at everyone and wondered what they were doing. Shouldn't Lin Che be scolding these people? Bringing Wu Liulian out, Lin Che said, Second aunt, that's where they work. Let's go out first and not disturb their work. Sufan didn't understand either. Hearing her say that, she quickly followed him out. When they were outside, Sufan said, They're really not giving you any face. Lin Che said, There are so many people watching inside. If you cause a ruckus there, everyone will know that you're using my connections to get in. In the future, won't the industry immediately spread that I got in because of my connections? When Sufan heard that, her face turned red. She didn't think too much about it. Lin Che said calmly, Look at those small-time actors. Do you think they're easy to mess with? What's wrong? I think they're just SOSO. How dare they say that it's not good for us to be in a relationship? Sufan said indignantly. Lin Che said, I've said it before. It's not easy to be an artist. It's not that easy to be a celebrity. You can't get in just because you have connections. Why can't you? Look, you're not the only ones with connections. The girl that you just beat up is from a family that runs a supermarket. Dongcheng Supermarket is owned by her family. The tycoon behind her is the boss of an entertainment company in Korea. Huh? She's just here to try her luck. She wants to stand out in the country. That's why she's here for the audition. Lin Che looked at Sufan. And the one beside you just now, her boyfriend is the CEO of Guqing International. In B City, there are many people with connections. If I told them that you could get in directly, how could I reject them? Wouldn't that offend everyone? My relatives can get in, but they can't. That's too unfair. Su Fun was speechless. We didn't think that much. If we had known earlier, we would have kept a low profile. Then, if you didn't tell us, we could have, but you made such a ruckus just now. Why didn't I tell them? They all know about it. Su Fun felt a little regretful. I couldn't control my anger, Lin Che said. Moreover, it's not that easy to be an artist. You can come to my company later to have a look. It takes a lot of time to train an artist. You'll know when you see it. Lin Che walked out and saw that Gu Jingze had already gotten out of the car. Chapter 1305. A man walked down the stairs. When she looked at him, his eyes were as dazzling as the stars. It was unforgettable and unforgettable. The man was reserved and domineering. Every step he took was steady. Wu Lu Lian stared at him in awe. When they went back, she didn't see Gu Jingze at school. She was too lazy to attend the funeral, so she didn't see him. Now that he was walking towards them with a faint smile and a domineering aura, it made people feel that this person was not an ordinary person. He looked at Lin Che and smiled. Are you done? Su Fan called out. Oh my, he's really pretty. Although she had seen him before, she was still surprised to see him. Su Fan said, Hello, niece-in-law. Are you here to pick Xiao Che up? Xiao Che said that you were too busy, so we didn't go and greet you. Gu Jingze glanced at her. It's okay. As long as you're having fun here. Yeah. Of course we're happy. Xiao Che is so nice to us. How can we not be happy? Lu Lian looked at them from behind. She tugged at her mother and asked, Is this brother-in-law? Yeah, it's your first time seeing him. Come and take a look. Lu Lian was envious. She stood there and looked at him. Hello, brother-in-law. Gu Jingze glanced at her indifferently. Let's go. Once you're done, let's go home. Lin Che said, Okay, I'll take them to the company later. Gu Jingze said, Let's get in the car first. Lin Che and Gu Jingze sat in the same car. The mother and daughter sat in the other car behind them. The mother and daughter sat in the car. Wu Lu Lian tugged at her mother and said, You didn't tell me that he's so handsome. What do you mean handsome? That Lin Che's man. You mean your brother-in-law? He's so handsome. When I asked you to come back for the funeral, you said that you couldn't get up. He was there then. I didn't know he was so handsome. Su Fan said, Look at her. Why is her life so good? She earns money and her husband is so good. Look, when her grandmother passed away at home, she ran around without a word of complaint. It's great to be a superstar. You can have the best of everything. Flowing love sighed. You still have to be able to do it first. Didn't you hear what Lin Che said? It's not easy to be a celebrity. I think she just doesn't want to help me. Why wouldn't I want to help? I can't. Lin Che doesn't seem like that kind of person. Why not? Look, she's saying that I can't be a celebrity, only she can be one. Of course, if I become a celebrity, wouldn't I be stealing her rice bowl? Who doesn't want to have more competitors? Besides, she's a big star now, so she feels superior in front of us. It can't be. Su Fan felt that her daughter's words made sense. Who didn't want trouble? She would probably find it too troublesome. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Lin Che's studio. Lin Che's studio had already moved to a bigger office. At this moment, it was a small building with a few floors. It was his family's studio. There were the artists' dormitories, the trainees' dormitories, the canteen, the trainer's room, the meeting room, and the general office. Lin Che brought the two of them in and went straight to the trainees' practice room. From the outside, they could see the training inside. Some trainees were dancing. They were sweating profusely as they communicated with each other seriously. After practicing for a while, they practiced their manners and smiled at the mirror. It looked silly, but it wasn't easy to do it. Naturally, Flowing Love could tell that these trainees all had extraordinary looks. Just by looking at them, she could tell that they had the temperament of a celebrity. They were carefully selected by Lin Che's studio. Trainees who could enter their company were not just for show. They wouldn't take in people randomly. Most of the trainees they took in had the potential to debut. They weren't like other companies where it was easy to take in people and the chances of them debuting were lower. Therefore, looking at these trainees, people would definitely believe them if they were already celebrities. Flowing Love looked at them from behind and asked, "Are these all celebrities from your company?" Lin Che said, "They haven't debuted yet." "Huh? Our company wants to sign trainees to come over and train them for a while. From manners to the way they should deal with reporters to the way they speak to their talents to their performance on variety shows to their character and so on. We'll train them until they have their own characteristics and we can spend money to promote them. That will be considered a success. Therefore, you definitely can't go for the audition today. If you want to be a celebrity, you have to start from the beginning." Flowing Love didn't have the patience to do that. She really wanted to become famous when she saw the benefits of being a celebrity from Lin Che. Flowing Love said, "But I'm 16 now. Isn't it the right time? Celebrities don't eat young people's meals. How long will you take to train me? It's such a waste of my time. That can't be helped. If you debut now, the competition will be fierce. You don't have any talents, manners, and you don't know anything. Do you think you can compete with them? How many steps can you take?" Flowing Love bit her lips. She wasn't convinced, but she really didn't know anything and didn't know what to say. She felt that being a celebrity wasn't that complicated. Didn't many people say that some celebrities became famous by sleeping with others? Although she still had her first time, it wasn't impossible for her to give up her first time if someone touched her. Looking at these people, she thought that she could still become a celebrity if she didn't rely on them. Lin Che looked at her and sneered. He continued, "All right, you guys can continue your tour. You can walk around but don't move around. I'll go in and settle some things." Sufan looked at the young people inside and sighed. They're all like flowers. They're so beautiful." Flowing Love, "I think Lin Che is right. Compared to them, you're still lacking. Why don't you let Lin Che train you too?" "Train me? That's a waste of time." "Humph, she just doesn't want me to become a celebrity. It's okay. I don't have to rely on her. I'll see how they do it first. It'll be the same if I do it myself." Sigh, Flowing Love, "Don't be reckless." "I'm not, Mom. Anyway, I've been here for too long. I don't think I can go back. Look, this is so nice. We don't have anything there. Why should we go back?" "But our home is over there." "What kind of home is that?" "Look, Lin Che has so many empty houses. They're just empty. Why don't we live here? There are so many rich people here. Even if I get to know one of them, it's better than eating dirt at home. Isn't it?" Chapter 1306. Sufan felt that the villa was really good. It was comfortable and bright. No matter how she looked at it, it was good. She sighed and thought that it was a pity that it was not hers. However, Lu Lian was right. Lin Che had a lot of houses like this. It would not be a big deal if she stayed in one since there was no one staying here anyway. Sufan called Lin Che quickly and asked where she was. Lin Che said, "I'm outside. What's wrong?" "I haven't seen your kids since I came here, so I want to go and give them some presents." Lin Che asked, "Oh, what are you going to give them? They're just kids." "That won't do. Although you don't lack anything, we still have to give them some presents. It's a gesture from the elders. Kids are the future of a family." Lin Che said, "Of course it's good to let them know each other, but you don't have to give them presents. We're outside now. I'll send someone to pick you up." Sufan knew that she would not reject this. After all, these were all traditional etiquettes and she had a legitimate reason to go there. She wanted to see her and give the kids some presents. Then, she would say that she wanted to stay here for a while. Since Lin Che was so rich, he might not let her move out of the villa. She only brought Lu Lian along so that the men in the family would not make a mistake. When he arrived, he saw two children who looked like they were carved from jade playing on the lawn in the distance. Lin Che sat on a blanket at the side and watched. Beside him, there was no one who came to disturb him. There were only a few people playing on the huge lawn. Looking from afar, he realized that this place was already under the control of someone. Gu Jingze was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. He was reading a book under the sun. This family was like a painting. The mother was kind and the son was filial. The husband and wife were harmonious. Look at this family. They were all so beautiful. Sufan pulled Lu Lian over. The bodyguard saw them and made way for them. Sufan said, "Wow, the two kids have grown up." Gu Xinian was playing with Gu Xiuan. He raised his head and looked at Sufan. Gu Xinian was disgusted by her expression. So he just looked at Sufan and ignored her. Gu Xiuan didn't understand these things at all. He just ate and didn't bother to talk to others. Sufan was still smiling as she watched. She said to Lin Che, "What two beautiful children." As Sufan spoke, she handed over some things. "These are all from my hometown. I heard that the people in the city like them. We grew these ourselves and brought some for you." Sufan was considerate. She thought that they didn't lack anything, so she might as well give them a token of appreciation. Lin Che said with a smile, "Thank you for bringing it to us from so far away." Unaccountably solicitous. Lin Che didn't think that they had such intentions. After asking someone to accept the gifts, he looked at the two of them with a smile, thinking that they might be leaving B City. He wanted to send them away as soon as possible so that there wouldn't be so much trouble. He really couldn't bring himself to like them. They were too snobbish and didn't have the slightest bit of sincerity. Lin Che said, "Then I'll get someone to do it. Please wait a moment." She turned around and said, "Take these things and make them." "Yes, madam." Gu Jingze said, "In that case, why don't we have a picnic outside?" "Okay." Lin Che thought that it was rare for the weather to be so good today. It was neither hot nor cold, and the environment here was so beautiful. They would definitely have a good appetite. Gu Jingze turned around and ordered, "Get someone to prepare the table and chairs. We'll eat outside today." "Yes, sir." The few of them listened to the order and quickly prepared the food. The speed with which they prepared the food was also amazing. The long table was set up and covered with a very elegant tablecloth. Exquisite chairs were placed on both sides of the table. After a while, a servant bowed respectfully and asked, "Sir, is there anything you want to eat tonight? Make those things as you see fit. Make some vanilla egg custard with some whitebait. Make some wooden sugar desserts and a few fruit platters." "Yes, sir. We don't want rice. Just make some desserts." "Yes, sir." The servant left and someone else came to prepare the exquisite cutlery. The servant pulled out the chairs and let them sit down. After a while, the food was served. Sufan was surprised to see that the coarse grain she had just brought had been made into exquisite meals. It looked very appetizing. Their family's chef was too amazing. She quickly pulled Lu Lian to sit down. Lu Lian was focused on Gu Jingze. She did not say a word. She was looking at this man, trying to guess if this man had any weaknesses. However, no matter what, he was perfect and impeccable. His every movement was filled with nobility. Especially when he was giving orders just now, it made people feel that he had the demeanor of a king. He gave a series of clear orders and he was so calm that it was amazing. Lin Che said, "This area is so beautiful." They sat down to eat and felt that it was more interesting. Gu Jingze said, "This area hasn't been developed yet." "What? Is it going to be developed?" "I heard that it's going to be developed into a stadium." "No way. There are so many stadiums in City B. It's such a waste to excavate this area," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze looked around and said, "Do you want it?" "What do you want?" "This piece of land." But this isn't the Gu family's land, right?" Lin Che said. Hearing her words, Gu Jingze raised his hand and said, "Tell someone to contact the development committee. Tell them that I want this piece of land." "Yes, sir." The person beside him didn't suspect anything and went to make the call. Gu Jingze didn't have any reason to say that he wanted it. Sufan was dumbfounded. Lu Lian was also completely conquered by this man's domineering aura. When could she meet such a man? Lin Che said in surprise, "Ah, I was just saying. It's okay. You can keep it if you want. You can bring your children here to play in the future." But this was land. How could he keep it just because he wanted it? It was too extravagant. Gu Jingzi said, "If you don't want it, it will be developed into a concrete building. Why don't you keep it? It's much cooler." Yes, there were many trees and grass here, so it was cooler than outside. Lin Che looked around and said, "Okay then." Gu Jingzi looked at her dotingly. He smiled and picked up food for her intimately. Lu Lian, who was sitting opposite, almost drooled. This man was too good to Lin Che. Was this for real? Did Lin Che buy it for her just because he said that he wanted it? Chapter 1307. While Gu Jingzi was up, he went to make the call. Su Fan came over curiously and asked, "What does our nephew's son-in-law do? He looks so rich." Lin Che smiled. "He's just a businessman." Su Fan said, "Then his business must be very big." Lin Che didn't say anything this time. She looked at the dishes and pouted as she poked at the food in the bowl. She ate it and felt that it was delicious. She had never eaten such delicious food before. Moreover, she didn't expect that the food was made from the coarse grains they had brought with them. She felt that the food looked like it was made by a big restaurant. It looked like food that would only appear on a TV show. Life here was really too good, so good that people really didn't want to go back. Su Fan reminded Su Fan not to forget her purpose of coming here. Su Fan saw it and said to Lin Che, "Oh yeah, we're looking around here. I'm going to find a job and stay here to earn some money. The salary here is really high. A dishwasher gets more than 4,000 a month. It's only about 1,000 at home. It's so boring. Why don't I work here?" Lin Che looked at her. He narrowed his eyes and smiled without saying anything. This meant that he wasn't here to say goodbye, but to talk about this. She said, "Really? Of course it's not bad. Although the salary here is high, the expenses are also very high." "No way. I don't think it's high. We haven't spent much money these few days," Su Fan said. Lin Che said, "You can go to the market and see how much a piece of pork and vegetables cost. It's not a joke. It's at least twice as expensive as home. Let's not talk about other things. The rent is more than 2,000 a month, and it's in a remote area. If you stay here, you have to pay attention to these things." Su Fan's face turned green. Why did he mention the rent? Did he mean that he wasn't going to let them stay in the villa? Su Fan laughed and said, "Then can we stay at your place first? I'll move out when I find a place." Lin Che said, "If you can't find it, I can help you find it." No, we can take our time to look at it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I see that no one lives in your place, and it's a pity to leave it there. Some houses are always empty, and that's not good. The more empty the house is, the worse it is. We won't live there for nothing. We'll look after the house for you, and we'll make sure to clean it. Lin Che wanted to say that they didn't need to clean the place, that it would be clean as well, but he didn't say anything at this moment. He calmly ate his food and listened to Su Fan's long speech. At this moment, Gu Xinian said in a childish voice, "Aren't there maids cleaning over there?" Su Fan's face darkened. She glared at the child who didn't look very old, but a child's words carried no harm. She had never thought that Gu Xinian was different from other children of the same age. She just thought that he was spouting nonsense and exposing her good words. Lin Che pursed his lips and smiled. He looked at Gu Xinian, but didn't say anything. Gu Jingzi returned to his seat and said to Lin Che, "I might need to go out for a while." "Oh, okay. I'm going abroad for a few days." "Ah, a few days?" Lin Che pouted and looked at him. "Going abroad again." Gu Jingzi smiled and touched her cheek. "I'll be back in a few days." "Okay. Where are you going?" "Dean." "Ugh. I haven't been to Dean yet. Do you mean that you want to go too?" "Of course not, I'm not going. I don't want to disturb your work." "All right, go to your work. Don't worry about me." Lin Che calculated in her heart. Wouldn't he be going abroad just in time for Chinese Valentine's Day? The plan that she had thought of was going to be ruined. Originally, she thought that she didn't have any surprises to give him, so she planned to learn how to order by herself. That was why she had been begging the chef at home to teach her every day, hoping that she could make a table full of dishes that weren't dark cuisine for him to eat. Now that he was going abroad, what was she going to do? Because of this, she was extremely anxious. She felt melancholy whenever she saw him. Why did it have to happen now? Gu Jingzi smiled and stroked her hair. Sitting opposite them, Lu Lian acted as if they didn't exist. The two of them chatted intimately as if there was no one else around them. Every time Gu Jingzi spoke, he would stare at Lin Che closely. The gentleness in his eyes was so strong that it made people really envious. She didn't know that a man could be so gentle and doting, especially a noble man like him. After dinner, Su Fan said goodbye and left. She walked with Lu Lian and said to her, "Look at the man she found. You should set this as your goal in the future." Lu Lian said, "It's because he's a star. Many rich men like small stars. If I can be a star, I can definitely find such a good man. TSK. But I don't know what kind of business his family is doing. Why does he look so rich and go abroad whenever he has nothing to do?" Lu Lian said, "Dubai seems to be a very rich place." Lu Lian looked forward to it. Su Fan pulled Lu Lian back home. After Light, which Lin Che and Gu Jingyu starred in, was released, it became a huge success. After that, Panda TV gave up on chasing after it. They seemed to understand that they couldn't catch up. Once the ratings and reputation of the show went down, it would be hard to get it back up. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to the promotion of Queen of the Morning Sun. After the release of Queen of the Morning Sun, it could no longer be compared to Light. After Radiance 1, Lin Che planned to start working on the second season. Because the game was relatively large, Light only filmed a small part of it. There were many other plots that could be filmed separately. When the TV series reached the end, Lin Che and Gu Jingyu appeared on the show together again. The people at Panda TV regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. They kept staring at Lin Che and Gu Jingyu when they were filming the show. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have believed Liang Shan's words. They would have listened to him and let Wu Yufei be the star first. It was a pity that Lin Che's appeal was much stronger than Wu Yufei's. Especially now that Lin Che was a different person, Wu Yufei couldn't be compared to him. Although Wu Yufei was very popular recently, she still needed some time to mature. Lin Che had the ability, good foresight, good script, and good planning which allowed her to succeed again and again. They couldn't help but sigh. Lin Che's foresight was really good. It seemed that they really couldn't offend Lin Che next time, lest they lost inexplicably. Chapter 1308. Lin Che interacted with Gu Jingyu on stage, making people feel that they were very loving. Because they were really familiar with each other and weren't faking it, the two of them had a tacit understanding in everything they did. It was also very real, making people feel comfortable watching them. Because the two of them actually behaved the same way after they got off the stage. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu and said, "Let's go eat after we leave." "No, I have an appointment." "Appointment? When did you have an appointment?" Seeing Lin Che's ambiguous gaze, Gu Jingyu snorted. "What are you thinking about?" "I just took on a movie and I'm going to talk to the director." "Ah, you took on a new movie? That means you're preparing to make a comeback?" "I'm free anyways." "Okay, I'll be leaving first." "Okay." Gu Jingyu said goodbye to Lin Che. Seeing the director was just a matter of a few minutes of greeting. He didn't need to put in a good word with the director like those small stars. It wasn't that he wanted to act like a big shot, but from the start, he was used to greeting the director and saying that they would discuss other things on the set. Then he would leave. So he always felt that everyone should do the same. Until later on, he found out that some actors would treat the director to a meal and get close to him. They would talk for a long time before leaving. But he was used to it, so he didn't change it. So after that, he would greet the director and leave every time. The director naturally didn't dare to make things difficult for Gu Jingyu, and he definitely wouldn't make things difficult for him just because of this. In the end, although Gu Jingyu could become so popular because he was a good actor, hardworking and professional, after he entered the industry, he did receive a lot of special treatment because he was a member of the Gu family. It wasn't what he thought, but naturally, there would be a lot of shortcuts. Su-won quit her job at the bar and found a night shift at the convenience store nearby. Chen Jian immediately came over. He didn't want to be a young master anymore, and instead, he took on a part-time job here. Seeing Chen Jian running over, Suwan couldn't help but think of what Gu Jingyu said that day. When she looked at Chen Jian again, she couldn't help but wonder if Gu Jingyu would really come looking for her again. The two got off work from the convenience store in the wee hours of the morning. Suwan looked at Chen Jian. It's not like you lack money. Why did you stay up so late with me? Anyway, we don't have any classes in our class. It's good for me to accompany you. What's wrong with going out if you don't have class? Also, I haven't worked much outside before. Just consider it an experience. Suwan looked at him and thought for a bit. She took out the money she had prepared a long time ago from her pocket. I've settled some money in the past few days. Here. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Jian immediately declined. No need. I don't lack money to spend. You can give it to me when you have enough. Just take it first. I'm leaving it with you. You can return it to me when you have more money. No, I have to give it to you. Suwan directly grabbed his hand and shoved it into him. Suwan. Chen Jian, if you still think of me as a friend, then take it. Otherwise, I will be too embarrassed to see you again, and I might really not see you anymore. Chen Jian sighed and looked at Suwan helplessly. How can there be a friend like you? I can't just watch you suffer. But no matter what, I have to rely on myself. Don't tell me I'll be saved by you for a lifetime? Suwan said. Chen Jian looked at her. He wanted to say that a lifetime was fine too. He slowly inched closer to her. A lifetime is fine too. Suwan's heart trembled. She subconsciously wanted to reject him. A lifetime. This wasn't a normal conversation between two friends. She hurriedly dodged a little and looked at Chen Jian. Chen Jian, I'm really grateful for your efforts towards me, but you think that you understand me very well. You think that I'm a very good person, but I'm not. I'm not suitable for you and you don't understand me. Chen Jian's expression darkened slightly, a bit red, a bit embarrassed, and a bit disappointed. But in the end, he didn't despair. You've suffered a lot. I think I can give you a home. Really, I can take care of you. I can give you a safe place so your family can't bully you anymore. Really, I'm sincere. You can consider it. Suwan, how can I not understand you? Of course I understand you. Of course I understand you. I know you're sincere, but I'm not worthy of you. Really. No, how can you not be worthy of me? You're the cutest, kindest, and most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Dummy. She smiled bitterly. I'm really not. I'm really bad. Chen Jian, sorry. I really can't be with you. Other than me, no one can help you leave your home. Su family is so overbearing. How can they let you go? Suwan. No, no one can save me. Chen Jian, I can't drag you down anymore. Goodbye. Saying this, she pushed Chen Jian away and ran inside. Chen Jian stood behind and watched in a daze, but he didn't give up. Suwan, I definitely won't give up. The next day, Suwan had just gotten up when she felt someone playing the guitar. The people in the dormitory shouted. Ah, young Master Chen. Suwan, you're really lucky. Young Master Chen is confessing to you. Hey, you're really lucky. Where did you get the ability to hook up with men? Several roommates looked at Suwan and said in a gloomy voice. Suwan jumped up. She looked over and saw Chen Jian. There was even a Suwan, I love you sign underneath. He sat in the middle and held the guitar. Playing tomorrow, you have to marry me. Suwan was distressed and quickly went down. Ah, the female lead is here. Everyone looked at Suwan and shouted. Suwan blushed because she didn't know how to deal with it. Chen Jian looked at Suwan and walked over with the flowers. Suwan, I love you. I hope to be with you. Everyone shouted. Be together. Be together. However, Suwan felt even more embarrassed. Rejecting him here seemed to make him lose face. But if she didn't reject, it wasn't good either. She could only say, Chen Jian, let's go over there and talk. No, right here. Suwan, I hope you can promise me. Suwan looked to the side and stomped her feet. Let's go. Follow me over there. He pulled Chen Jian up forcefully. and the two of them went to the side amidst the noise of the crowd. Qin Jian, stop messing around. I've already said what I need to say. What do you mean stop messing around? Su Wan, I'm not messing around. Why can't you promise me? Because she really can't. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared behind them. Qin Jian inexplicably felt that this voice was familiar. He turned around and saw. Who was that? Chapter 1309. Gu Jingyu. Su Wan hadn't reacted yet. Why did Gu Jingyu come? Why did he appear here? Even Qin Jian felt surprised as he stared at Gu Jingyu, who walked over. Gu Jingyu's gaze was serene, as if it was a cold black hole. He glanced at Qin Jian and it made him freeze. Qin Jian stood there. You? Gu Jingyu had already arrived in front of Su Wan. He pulled Su Wan's delicate body, making Su Wan call him softly. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingyu, then quickly struggled to free herself. What are you doing, Gu Jingyu? Let go of me. Let go. But compared to Gu Jingyu, Su Wan was still too weak. After all, there were differences between men and women. Qin Jian looked at the two. You guys, Su Wan, he's Gu Jingyu? He still didn't believe it. Of course, he knew Gu Jingyu. Everyone in the country knew him, especially since he was a director. However, he had never seen Gu Jingyu before. He had never seen him in person, so he didn't dare to recognize him. Especially since he knew Su Wan. Su Wan pursed her lips. Her resentful face flushed red. She stared at him with her bell-like eyes, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. But Gu Jingyu didn't care. Gu Jingyu pulled Su Wan and looked at Qin Jian. That's right. It's me. Qin Jian looked at Su Wan in disbelief. How do you know him? Su Wan would usually tell him if something happened. But Qin Jian really didn't know when she knew Gu Jingyu, and she actually didn't tell him. Su Wan's face wrinkled. Her heart already tangled into a ball. What did Gu Jingyu want to do? Gu Jingyu quietly raised the corner of his lips with a smile of knowing the answer. But his eyes were cold as he looked at her. With a bit of sarcasm, it was like a powerful hook that made people's hearts ache. Oh, you didn't tell your good friend about me? Su Wan's heart tightened. You, Gu Jingyu, there's nothing between us. Is there nothing wrong? The smile on his face turned cold. Of course. At least now there was nothing between them. Their relationship had been severed long ago. Heh! A mocking sound came out of his mouth. So scared. His unfathomable eyes were immediately filled with darkness. He hooked his arm around her waist again and said directly, Are you afraid that he will find out? Qin Jian had already gone crazy. How could you guys be so? His eyes were red with anger. How could Gu Jingyu's hand be so close? How could you treat Su Wan like this? He shouted. Gu Jingyu sneered. What's wrong with that? We've been closer than that. Didn't she tell you about our relationship? Didn't she tell you how she begged to climb into my bed? Gu Jingyu sneered. All of a sudden, Qin Jian's face was as if an atomic bomb had just exploded. He was in a trance. What do you mean by crawling into his bed? Su Wan shook her head, her eyes already filled with mist. She looked at Qin Jian's shocked expression and bit her lip. It's not what you think. It's not like that, Qin Jian. Qin Jian looked at Gu Jingyu as if he wanted to see a negative answer from his face. But he didn't. Qin Jian sneered and looked at Su Wan. No wonder you wanted to reject me. So there's a richer master supporting you. No, she didn't reject him because of this. It's because they were friends. Qin Jian's eyes were filled with disbelief and disappointment. Yeah, I really don't understand you. I didn't know that you're this kind of person. Su Wan. Qin Jian clenched his fists tightly and wanted to charge over, but Gu Jingyu blocked his way and narrowed his eyes at him. Qin Jian clenched his nails so hard that they were about to dig into his palms before he suppressed his anger. Then he ran out without looking back. He didn't think that she would sell herself to become someone else's lover. How could she be this kind of person? He knew that with Gu Jingyu's status, he couldn't possibly have any feelings for Su Wan. He just wanted to play with her body. But she was willing. Because Gu Jingyu was rich and powerful. He could get whatever he wanted. He was really desperate for her. Chun Jian. Su-won wanted to chase after him. However, his arm was stopped by someone. Su-won turned around and slapped Gu Jingyu's face. Gu Jingyu's face turned to the side from the slap. Su-won gasped. She didn't think that she would make a move. She didn't think that she would dare to make a move. This was Gu Jingyu. But she really couldn't take it anymore. Gu Jingyu's eyes slowly exuded an icy aura. It was like an enchanting mist, making people feel as if they were surrounded by coldness. Down below, Gu Jingyu suddenly pressed her against the tree. Hit me? Su-won, who gave you the guts? Su-won bit her lips. Why are you doing this? Gu Jingyu sneered. No reason. Because I like it. You think you can do whatever you want just because you like it? You're right. It's fine as long as I like it. Otherwise, you can ask Qin Jian to come and take revenge. He can come and take you back. Let's see if he has the ability and guts. Ha, so arrogant. So arrogant. But Su-won really couldn't do anything to him. After all, he did have the capital to be arrogant. Su-won snorted and said directly, I hate you. Then he turned around and ran out. I hate you? This was the first time he heard something like this. Su-won returned to the dormitory. Everyone was still looking at her. Oh, you're with young Master Chun now? Not bad, not bad. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal? Then you'll be the young mistress in the future. Su-won didn't want to bother with them and directly picked up her phone to call Qin Jian. However, he didn't pick up after hanging up. Then she saw that Chun Jian posted a message on his WeChat moments. Some people are too lowly. You may know a person for a long time but not his heart. Yes, I misjudged you. You hurt my heart. I want to see how far you can go. How high you can go. She had never seen Chun Jian so angry. Yes, she really hurt his heart. But she really didn't want to lie to him. But how could she speak about the deal with Gu Jingyu? She didn't expect that after so long. Gu Jingyu still wouldn't let her go. Lin Che wanted to send Gu Jingza off early in the morning. Gu Jingza stood there and looked at her. She pursed her lips, not very happy. Gu Jingza said, You can't bear for me to leave? You can go, I'm not reluctant. This is work, I know. Lin Che said. Gu Jingza's lips moved down and he wanted to kiss her. Lin Che dodged and snorted. No kiss. Hurry up and leave. Gu Jingza frowned. Why was he so angry? He felt like he wasn't like this yesterday. Lin Che pushed him again. Hurry up and leave. Look at the time. We'll be late. Chapter 13:10. Gu Jingza looked at her deeply. Do you really want me to leave? No, I'm just worried that you'll be late. Gu Jingza looked at her lowered face. You're not really angry, are you? I'll come back early. No need, Lin Che said impatiently. Work is more important. Go do what you need to do. Gu Jingza was pushed out of the door again. Gu Jingza's big leather shoes stepped forward, but he suddenly grabbed Lin Che's waist with the back of his hand. Pressing his face down, he planted a deep, lingering kiss on her lips. Lin Che wanted to push him away, but it was too late. The moment his tongue entered her mouth, Lin Che couldn't help but be intoxicated. As he delved deeper, his previous impatience and pretense all crumbled in an instant. He looked at her dazed and reluctant look with satisfaction. Then he let go of her and said, Wait for me. I'll come back as soon as possible. After getting into the car, Gu Jingza looked down at the calendar. There were still 3 days until Chinese Valentine's Day. He seemed to understand. No wonder she was so sad. It was Valentine's Day. He smiled and said to the people in front, Get them ready. We'll finish as soon as possible. We must be back in 3 days. Lin Che only reacted after a long time. This Gu Jingza seduced her at the slightest disagreement. She shook her head and began to tidy up. He called Qin Hao as soon as he could. Although Qin Hao was going to Dean City with Gu Jingza, they didn't take the same car. Therefore, he immediately picked up the phone. Lin Che said, Don't forget to follow my plan when you arrive. Yes, madam. If I'm killed by President Gu, you must... Okay. Don't worry, I'll save you. At least I won't let you die in front of me. Ha 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 ha. In that case, he would still die. Qin Hao prayed silently. Madam, don't joke with me. President Gu won't bear to do anything to you. I'll be the one to die. Oh, Gu Jingzi isn't that scary. Hurry up and go. Sob sob sob. He's not scary to you, but he's scary to us. Qin Hao hung up the phone, prepared to die. Lin Che, on the other hand, hummed a song and began to prepare. Dongzi, help me prepare a ticket to Dean City. Yes, Mississippi. As soon as Gu Jingzi arrived at Dean City, he began to pack up. Dean's most exclusive restaurant. After Gu Jingzi settled down, he briefly met with the people here. Then, he heard that his arrival had alarmed the royal family here. Gu Jingzi frowned. I don't think I told anyone that I'm here. Qin Hao felt a little guilty, but he could only say, Sir, it's my fault. I probably told my subordinates that I wanted to stay here to see if there was anyone in the way, so I checked the facilities here. I guess that's how it alarmed them. Gu Jingzi glanced at Qin Hao, but in the end he didn't say anything. He only said, This time the third prince invited me to dinner. It seems that I have to go. It was just a waste of time. He had to give face to the royal family in case there were too many believers here and it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Qin Hao heaved a sigh of relief and went to make arrangements. If he didn't use the royal family, how could he stop Gu Jingzi? Qin Hao had no choice. Madame said that she would stop Gu Jingzi for a while, meaning that Gu Jingzi couldn't go back before Chinese Valentine's Day. Gu Jingzi was also a little anxious. He looked at the time and the calendar. There were still 2 days left. After that, when the third prince saw Gu Jingzi, he would definitely treat him to a feast. The royal family here was well known for how extravagant they were. It wasn't because they wanted to be extravagant, but because they were really too rich, they unconsciously raised the standard of living. This was somewhat different from the introverted character of the Sea Country in the past. In Sea Country, even though the Gu family was also rich, they never thought of showing off. But here it was different. They didn't care about that. Under the hospitality of the royal family, Gu Jingzi couldn't go out to do anything for 2 consecutive days. On the 3rd day, Qin Hao said helplessly, Sir, don't worry. Madam will understand. At the mention of Lin Che, Gu Jingzi's face only became gloomier. Qin Hao said hurriedly, Sir, why don't you think about what gift to buy for Madam? A gift is better than nothing. We don't know if we can go back or not, so it's better to take precautions. Gu Jingzi's expression softened, and he thought about what to buy. Just then, the third prince came again. Gu, let me take you to taste the best girls we have here. No need. I'm not interested in girls, Gu Jingzi said directly. No way, you like men? That's true, the third prince said. Gu Jingzi turned around. I have a wife, so I'm not interested in these things. Don't be like that. I know you can't have contact with women, but believe me, I have a medicine here that can allow you to have contact with women for a short period of time. It's enough for you to play with them once. Because of the medical cooperation with the royal family, the third prince knew about his illness. Gu Jingzi said, Really? Why? Are you interested in this medicine? It's very rare. Took me a lot of effort to develop it. You'll know after you try it. What is it, far away? An enzyme that can kill everything for a short period of time. Apply it on your body, and it can completely isolate these enzymes so you can have contact with them. This is worth 1,000 gold per gram, and it's very valuable. But I'm willing to give it to you. Look at how good I am to you, you can't not come and try it. I really can't, I have a wife. Okay, you're really... Then you can accompany me to have a look. I've been with you for 2 days, and I haven't touched a woman. I really can't stand it anymore. Because Gu Jingzi couldn't touch women, he didn't bring any women with him. Gu Jingzi looked at him helplessly. Let's go. That's great, you can go and have a look. Tell me if you're interested. The women here are definitely more powerful than the one before. Gu Jingzi looked at the time. Even if he rushed back now, he was afraid that he would miss Chinese Valentine's Day. He couldn't help but feel a little apologetic and annoyed. However, he was used to hiding his emotions, so his face didn't show any abnormalities. When they arrived, it was an amusement park built on the bottom of the sea. From below, they could see the creatures swimming in the sea outside. The clear and transparent sea creatures made them feel as if they were in the underwater world. The cost of construction here was extremely high, and there were many beautiful women. There were all kinds of unique attractions. When the third prince came in, he was like a butterfly, drooling as he looked at the beautiful women. Wow, look! The beautiful women here are from all over the world. I've been especially fond of the cultural traditions of Sea Country recently. Look, I've specially asked someone to make this place unique to Sea Country. They entered a private room. It was really antique and it looked very retro. It must have taken a lot of effort to make it. Chapter 13:11. The third prince laughed. Look, what do you think? It's not bad, right? It's not bad. Sit down. Look, the girls here are not bad. If you like them, you can bring them back later. No need. Hey, how do you know you don't like them when you haven't seen them? I bet you'll like some of them. The third prince said as he found a comfortable position to lean down. He stretched out his hand and clapped twice. An extremely seductive beauty came in with a tray. The high-quality osmanthus wine was placed there. It had been warmed just right. At this time, the water outside was still emitting a little heat. Gu Jingzi picked it up and drank a little before putting it aside. The third prince knew how to enjoy himself. He leaned back and said, "Do you think the ancient nobles were like this?" Gu Jingzi glanced at him. "No, you know how to enjoy yourself more than they do." "Of course. I'm so tired every day. I have to go on TV to hype myself up when I have nothing to do. If I don't enjoy myself, what's the fun in life?" "Haha, you have nothing better to do. Who asked the men of the Gu family to be so competitive? Otherwise, with your family's money, you would be living a better life than I should. Look at you. Instead of enjoying life, you have to go out to work every day. You make yourself so tired." Gu Jingzi nodded. "Yes, you reap what you sow." He would not explain himself. Actually, everyone had the freedom to choose their own way of life. He liked this way of life, but he liked the other way. There was no way to explain it. Just then, the beauties who came in showed their skills one by one. He clapped his hands and a few women walked in. Their steps were graceful, and they carried a fragrance. The fragrance did not make people feel disgusted at all. It seemed that they had good taste. The women were of different shapes and sizes. They wore simple white dresses and looked like ancient fairies, ethereal and delicate. Gu Jingzi was expressionless. He only glanced at them before picking up the osmanthus wine again to drink. The third prince said, "Come, choose one." Gu Jingzi looked at the women. Although they all had different expressions, he was not interested in them. He raised his eyebrows. "None of them are as beautiful as my wife." The third prince said, "Ha! How beautiful can your wife be? I don't believe that I didn't carefully choose these women. They are definitely outstanding beauties. You're short-sighted, so I won't say anything." "You!" The third prince wasn't angry. He just looked at him with a smile. The two of them were quite familiar with each other, so they spoke more casually. The third prince said, "Good, good. In that case, the next batch." What came in next was another kind of style. A few women who seemed to be beauties of the Tang dynasty wore exquisite makeup and bright clothes. It was as if the prosperity was written on their clothes, which made people's eyes light up. The third prince said, "And this time?" Gu Jingzi still shook his head. The third prince slammed the table. "If you don't choose one next time, I'm going to fall out with you." Gu Jingzi said, "Feel free to flip through it." He calmly picked up his glass and drank. The third prince clapped his hands and continued to let people in. The ones who came in wore a thin veil and their faces couldn't be seen. It was like looking at flowers in the fog. Only their eyes could be seen. Their bodies were immediately wrapped in a graceful veil. They looked like beauties who came out of the fog. They had the uprightness of a lotus and the gentleness of a raindrop. Walking in, one would feel a refreshing feeling that made one's body and mind happy. The third prince said, Look, these are not bad, right? I feel that the culture of Country C has a kind of hazy beauty. It's really beautiful. Isn't this kind of beauty? Yes, although they couldn't see their faces clearly, these beauties were enough to move the hearts of ordinary people. However, Gu Jingze still didn't say a word. He glanced at them and continued to shake his head. Forget it. You can enjoy them yourself. I can't enjoy them. Hey, don't be such a killjoy. Since you're here, you can give it a try. There's no need for that. You can do it yourself. Don't worry about me. That won't do. I've already said that I'll give you one, so I'll give you one. Come, the one in the middle you serve our Mr. Gu. If you serve him well and he brings you back, you'll be rich for the rest of your life. You'll get whatever you want. The beauty walked over slowly. Gu Jingze frowned and said, "Go away." The third prince immediately said, "Don't worry. I've already said that I've prepared the medicine for you. You can rest assured and take her. I've already said that it's not about the medicine. It's just that I won't do anything to betray my wife. Your wife doesn't know. But I know. How can I bear it? She's just your wife. What's there to bear? I don't have any feelings for women other than her. I only hate them. But I'll give you face and let you take her away. Otherwise, if she takes another step forward and I do anything, I'm afraid it'll hurt our relationship." "Haha, I bet you won't. I'm being serious," Gu Jingze said confidently. The third prince said, "You can try. If you really hurt her, I'll take responsibility. But if you don't, you'll lose today. If you lose, I'll ask for a reward." Gu Jingze frowned again. The third prince patted his chest and said, "This beauty is stunning. You can try if you don't believe me." "Stunning? I don't need it. Haha. You'll know that I'm not lying if you try. Go." The beauty continued to approach. Gu Jingze said, "If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude." However, the beauty was still approaching him. Gu Jingze leaned back a little and looked up at her with a warning look. But the beauty suddenly leaped and pounced on him. Gu Jingze was caught off guard. He was about to dodge when he felt the woman's arm encircling him. Just as he was about to grab her wrist, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This wrist, this body, Lin Che? He called out first. Then he took a closer look. It was Lin Che. Although it was still a smoke-like thing, this figure, this smell, this weight, he pulled her arm away and tore the veil off her face. For a moment, a jade-like, translucent face appeared in front of him against the misty clothes. She blinked her black eyes and looked at him. Her gaze flickered, like the stars in the sky, trembling. It made one's mind tremble. She was really too beautiful, more beautiful than any of the natural world's exquisite carvings. Chapter 13:12. Gu Jingze's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but smile. It was a different smile from before. It was relaxed, and he looked very happy. It was the first time that third prince had seen him smile like this. He tactfully waved his hand, and everyone quickly dispersed. Only Lin Che and Gu Jingze were left in the room. Gu Jingze held Lin Che in his arms and looked up at her. She was already straddling him, her legs around his waist, and her hands were caressing his cheeks. She smiled at him, and when she saw the surprise in his eyes, her smile bloomed even brighter. She was like a daffodil in the mist, so beautiful that it was suffocating. He clenched his fists even tighter as he looked at her. "Are you trying to kill me?" Lin Che smiled brightly. "Didn't you say that you don't like me?" Gu Jingze paused. He didn't know it was her just now. So this little girl liked to play this kind of trick. He moved closer to her body, and he could feel that her body was very obvious under the chiffon. She was probably not wearing anything underneath. His gaze deepened. He said cooperatively, "I didn't see clearly just now, and thought that third prince was lying to me. I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman in this world. I can't help myself. How much for one night?" She raised her head proudly. "It depends on your ability. If it's not good, I'm priceless." But if it's good, I'm willing to do it for free. His ability he pressed against her body. Don't you know how good I am? You're so annoying. I just met you, so of course I don't know. She flipped her hair proudly. Great, this little girl. Was she addicted to playing with him? He flipped the man over first. This was a wooden chair, but the cushion on it was very comfortable. It didn't feel hard at all when she leaned against it. She was flipped over, and she watched as he looked at her from above. His gaze was so hot that it seemed as if it was going to burn her clothes. Do my clothes look good? She didn't know what to say, so she asked shyly. Yes, they look good, he said with a smile. But you look even better when you're not wearing anything. He moved her clothes aside a little, and sure enough, she wasn't wearing anything underneath. His hand gripped her arm tightly. Then what do we do now? He could no longer control the heat in his body. So domineering and unreasonable. It was hard to resist. Lin Che really felt that he was using all his passion to burn her up. The result of enthusiasm was his whole body ached. She leaned back and complained, "Oh, you're so cruel." Gu Jingze was a little annoyed when he saw this. Who told you to wear that? He frowned. How could he remain calm? He had long lost his mind at that moment. I tried my best to be careful, but I couldn't help it. She leaned back. He had already washed up. The facilities here were very comprehensive. There was a bathtub at the back. It was also an antique wooden bathtub with colorful flower petals in it. At this moment, smoke lingered in the air. He sat in it, glowing pink. It made his originally honey-colored skin look a little happy after release. He was relaxed but not relaxed. Hearing Lin Che's complaint, he stood up in the bathtub. With a splash, the flower petals splashed along with the water. She looked at the flower petals on his skin. He was as beautiful as a god. With a strong masculine scent, he walked a little closer. Warmth flowed in the air, and his hormones flowed along with it. He scooped her up in his arms. She gasped in surprise. He said, "How is it? Does it hurt?" She shook her head. "It's okay. Are you still going to pretend in front of me?" He frowned, carried her to the side of the bathtub, and carefully placed her in the water. She let out a hiss. He looked at her and felt that it wasn't good for her to sit down. The bathtub was too deep. He was worried that it would be uncomfortable after entering, so he sat down at the bottom and let her sit on him. Yeah, it was very comfortable. Very comfortable. She leaned against him, sighed, and narrowed her eyes. But gradually, she felt that. She naturally knew what it was, but she was a little surprised. She lifted her head and looked at him shyly. "What are you doing?" She still dared to ask him what he was doing. Wasn't she the one who leaned on him just now? "Humph. Who asked you to be so naughty?" He lowered his head again and bit her little lips in the water. After a long time, he finally let go of her. Her eyes seemed to be shrouded in mist. "Let go of me. Oh, it's so hot. I can't take it anymore. I want to go out." Gu Jingze harumphed. "This is your punishment. Now you know that you can't take it anymore. Why didn't you know that you would end up like this when you sneaked in?" Gu Jingze pressed his forehead against hers. "Aren't you here to pack you up and give you to me?" Her face became even redder. He said, "It's just a more thorough gift now, huh?" Lin Che said, "Then, do you like it?" His gaze deepened. He circled his body around her and pressed his forehead against hers, getting even closer to the deepest part of her eyes. "I like it." She liked it very much. Her heart was instantly satisfied. It was filled to the brim. "But," he said again, "Qin Hao will have to give me a good explanation later." Obviously, Qin Hao would know about this. It was impossible that he wasn't involved. Gu Jingze guessed it immediately. Chapter 13:13. Lin Che hurriedly said, Qin Hao is only helping me. Don't make things difficult for him." She remembered that she had promised Qin Hao that she wouldn't do anything to him. So she hurriedly said something nice. "Also, we did it to surprise you." Gu Jingze shook his head and looked at Lin Che. Did this guy know what the people he was commanding were for? These people were supposed to be infinitely loyal only to him, and absolutely not allowed to listen to anyone else's orders. But now, one by one, they had all become traitors. If she had been in the Gu family in the past, she would have been punished by the family law. But because it was to her, so be it. It seemed that he had treated Lin Che too well in the past, causing them to become loyal to Lin Che as well. They no longer had any scruples. Perhaps, even they knew that this little woman made him feel helpless. No matter what she did, he would be infinitely tolerant. After putting on their clothes, the two stood there and looked at the underwater world outside. The seabed here was extremely clear. It was probably because the windows were specially treated that the water was not blurry at all. Lin Che leaned against the wall and said, "The environment here is really not bad. It's really a place for men to have fun." "Really?" Gu Jingze laughed. "What's wrong with having fun? What a waste. Such a beautiful view. You're here to buy sex. Aren't you the one? I'll only sell it to you." Gu Jingze even picked her up. "It's okay here. They won't go overboard. After all, the people who come here are all people of status. Normal people probably won't be able to come here." "Really? I think Haman will choose this place." "Yeah. Haman is a member of the royal family, so this place must be of a higher class. Look at these pear trees. They were all transported from country C. They must have spent quite a lot of money on them. Even a small coffee table can be sold for a high price in China, let alone so many of them. All the decorations are made from pear trees. Ah, so expensive. This stupid thing. Some rich people like this kind of stuff. Alright, let's go." They couldn't stay here all the time. There were so many people outside. It felt weird. The two of them walked out. When they reached the door, they forgot that she was still wearing the clothes here. One of the rich people who came to have fun saw Lin Che. She took off her mask, and under the veil, she looked even more fairy-like. Someone couldn't help but ask, "That one, we also want that one." "Yeah. Can't she come with us? You can pay as much as you want. Our tips are very high." Gu Jingze's face darkened. Lin Che immediately had a bad feeling. Gu Jingze pulled her in and cursed in his heart. Damn it! He had forgotten that she was wearing such a seductive dress. She actually let people see such an alluring side of her. No, he didn't want anyone to see it. He only wanted it for himself. He picked up the phone to the outside. "Send a set of clothes to Madam." "Yes, sir." Lin Che lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Knowing that Gu Jingze was pulling a long face, she looked even more pitiful. Gu Jingze pinched her arm and pushed her against the wall. He looked at her and said, "I'll make sure you don't dress like this again." He liked it a lot before. Then he whispered in her ear, "Next time, you can only dress me at home." After a while, the servants brought her a normal set of clothes, and she walked out with Gu Jingze. Third Prince had already asked someone to send them back, and he went to have fun. When Qin Hao saw them coming out, he immediately asked someone to prepare the car. Behind them, there were people nodding and bowing, very attentive. From time to time, they would look at Lin Che trying to get some information about Gu Jingze, but they didn't dare to look at him. Gu Jingze helped Lin Che into the car, and Qin Hao was also waiting by the side. Gu Jingze held the car door with one hand and was about to get in, but he thought of something and stopped. "Come to my study in a while." Qin Hao's face fell. Lin Che hurriedly covered his face, not daring to look at Qin Hao. Sob, sob, sob. Qin Hao stood there, watching the car drive away, and wanted to cry but had no tears. "Madam, you said you would help me?" Lin Che also wanted to help, but she didn't dare to provoke Gu Jingze when she saw his dark face. Since Lin Che had come to Dubai, Gu Jingze wasn't in a hurry to go back. It was still Chinese Valentine's Day. Gu Jingze looked at the time and prepared to take Lin Che to buy a gift the next morning. Dean is a paradise for shopping because the luxury goods here are really amazing. From the road, he saw so many luxuries in this country. Lin Che looked at them curiously and said as they walked, "They are so good at it. There is also an indoor ski resort over there. You can go and take a look if you are interested." Gu Jingze looked at the information on the tablet and said, looking up, indoor ski resort? In such a hot tropical area. Building an indoor ski resort, Gu Jingze nodded. The snow is all from the Alps, and it is definitely different from artificial snow. So, luxurious. Lin Che said. No. I want to see snow in B City. I don't need to be so extravagant. Coming to the tropics to ski in the snow of the Alps, was she crazy? Why didn't she just go to the Alps? It feels like it's unnecessary, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze understood what she was talking about. Probably because she is too rich and has nothing to do. She likes to do unnecessary things. Lin Che looked at him. Where are we going now? Gu Jingze said, to buy you a gift. I don't need it. A gift is nothing. Gu Jingze looked up lightly and said lightly, then, should I give you a gift when we go back tonight? Then you should buy me a present. Give her a gift? He was so crazy yesterday. Was he trying to find an excuse to be crazy today? Was it her or him who was the gift? No matter how she looked at it, she felt that he had taken advantage of her. She didn't want it. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and came over. Why? Do you dislike me? No. I can have you every day. How is this a gift? Gu Jingze said, then I will think of a new position for you as a gift. No. Lin Che looked at the driver in front of him gloomily. He really admired these drivers. How did they train their faces to be as cold as ice? They didn't react at all to his shameless words. Gu Jingze was just teasing her on purpose. Seeing her blush, he smiled and said to the driver, go to the front. Yes, sir. When they arrived at the mall, Lin Che decided to vent her anger by shopping. Indeed, there were a lot of things inside. There were bags, clothes, jewelry, shoes. Chapter 13-14. Women couldn't help but feel happy when they saw these things. They went over and bought some. There was a shop inside and the shop manager was promoting. You can only buy one person in your lifetime. It will be recorded here. You can only buy one person in your lifetime. Give it to the woman you love. Seeing that Lin Che was shopping with Gu Jingze, she said enthusiastically, hey, handsome man, aren't you going to buy one for your beautiful girl? Gu Jingze glanced at it. The slogan was well written. Only buy one person in your lifetime? That's right. We have a record here. I'll give you one and I won't sell it to you anymore. Lin Che saw this and quickly pulled Gu Jingze. Silly, this isn't good. Gu Jingze said, why? There are advertisements in this country too. They're actually not good. Gu Jingze took a look. It's okay. What's okay? The item isn't important. What's important is me. I want to give you the only one. Lin Che blushed. His heart was filled with sweetness too. Gu Jingze said, I'll buy one for you. Okay. The two of them walked into the shop. To Gu Jingze, this was a very cheap price. As Lin Che was choosing, the people at the side were still praising her. They said, look at your boyfriend. He really didn't hesitate to buy this for you. After giving it to you, there will be no one else. This is a promise for a lifetime. Lin Che didn't care about the shop assistant and chose one for himself. Does it look good? It wasn't a very big diamond and the quality didn't seem to be very good. In the Gu family, there were many diamonds that were much better than this, but she was still very happy with it. Gu Jingze said, yeah, it looks good. Some things didn't matter how much they cost, but whether they liked it or not. And Lin Che felt that she liked whatever he gave her. She happily took out her money. At the side, other couples also came to buy it. When they saw the one on Lin Che's hand, they immediately wanted it. Because Lin Che's fingers were slender and white like jade, the diamond shone brightly on them. It looked good to anyone. The girl also said that she wanted the same style. However, the shop assistant said apologetically, this is the only one. We have others that are even prettier. The girl felt disappointed. She looked over and complained to her boyfriend, I want that. However, the man glanced at Lin Che and Gu Jingze and immediately pulled his girlfriend away. The girl was even more unhappy. Are you going to buy it for me or not? Fool, don't you see who they are? Don't rob them. There are plenty of diamond rings here. What kind of person? They're just buying it for fun. The bracelet on that girl's hand could buy the whole shop, and you're still fighting with her for a ring. The girl looked at him indignantly and said, Seriously, you're so rich and yet you're here to snatch a good-looking ring. Let's go. Lin Che looked at the ring and said to Gu Jingzi, You've bought me a present. Let's go. All right, there will be a welcoming banquet at the palace tonight. We can go together. The palace? I've never seen the royal family before. Actually, it's about the same as us. There aren't many rules. You can rest assured and just follow behind me. Moreover, you've met Hammond before. The people from the royal family are quite amiable. Since Gu Jingzi was here, they could go anywhere. Gu Jingzi brought Lin Che to the palace that night. Seeing a corner of the palace from afar, Lin Che said, This place doesn't look as big as the palace in Country Sea. In the past, the mansions of the ancient nobles in Country Sea were much bigger. They could even get lost in the back garden. Gu Jingzi said, After all, Country Sea is a vast land with abundant resources. This place is lacking. Yeah, but why does it look so shiny? They like gold. Many things are made of pure gold. Some things can't be made of pure gold or are not needed, but they will be gilded. After all, they were rich and willful. When they entered, they saw that it was true. In the extremely luxurious inner courtyard, they could see the light blue reflection of the open-air swimming pool at the back. Lin Che followed them into the door. The music started and the golden furniture was illuminated by the light, looking very splendid. A servant dressed in Arab clothes came to help take away the shawl. Hammond walked out. Hey, beautiful madam. Was it you who made our desireless Gu fight 300 rounds in there yesterday? Lin Che had been conversing in English the whole time, so he blushed and said, You heard wrong. How is that possible? I heard it clearly. How long did you go in before coming out? You too. Gu Jingzi said, Why? Can't you reach this level? I thought normal men would be like this. With one sentence, he killed them in an instant. Hammond called out, Gu! Gu Jingzi said, I still remember that you colluded with my people to lie to me yesterday. Hey, your people said that your wife wants to give you a surprise. I'm just helping you. Okay? Really? Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows. Okay, I just wanted to tease you. It was fun to see Gu Jingzi, who had such a high IQ, being fooled by his wife. In the past, she wouldn't have had such a chance. First of all, she was probably the only one who dared to lie to Gu Jingzi. So when he heard about it, he immediately agreed and even contributed money and effort to help. That was because he really felt that this was a 1 in a million chance. Gu Jingzi patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. But your wife is indeed very beautiful, he praised from the bottom of his heart. Gu Jingzi didn't appreciate it. He pulled Lin Che into his arms and said, No matter how beautiful she is, she's not for you to see. Hammond called out, I've never seen anyone as jealous as you. At this moment, the other royal family members also saw Gu Jingzi. From afar, they saw Gu Jingzi walking in with a beauty by his side. Hammond said, Big brother is here today too. Let's go and say hello. The eldest prince was the most likely successor to the throne. However, the old king didn't need a successor yet. He was strong and looked like he could live for another 10 or 20 years. The 35-year-old eldest prince was at the peak of his life. He had a little beard and looked very domineering. When he looked at people, there was a sense of disdain. After all, they were indeed the richest royal family in the world. Compared to other countries which had a constitutional monarchy or a royal family that relied on taxes from the people, they were much more independent. After all, other than taxes, the royal family itself controlled many oil fields and other industries, which were enough to support their luxurious lives. Oh, that's Gu. Why did he come to Dubai quietly this time? Chapter 13-15. Isn't it because the Gu family has already kicked him out? He's no longer the head of the family, so he's not as arrogant anymore? Prince Syed harumphed. Don't talk nonsense. Princess Marcia reminded him. This man is unpredictable. Be careful not to offend him. Mother, you've been too careful all your life. Being careful is the most important thing. Otherwise, how can you keep your position as the crown prince? Syed did not think much of it. He looked at Gu Jingzi and squinted his eyes. However, he noticed the beauty beside him. Her figure was different from the other women. She was slim but not weak. She had a pair of big, black eyes that were full of vigor. They reminded him of a gloomy black pearl. She had a charming and mysterious aura. Who is this woman? Syed asked the servant beside him. I heard that she's Mr. Gu's beloved wife. He left the Gu family and fell out with all his relatives because of her. Syed was even more surprised. He took a deep look at the woman. It was not worth it, but in their eyes it was not worth it to lose the throne for a woman. Hey, Gu. Syed walked over. Lin Che turned around with Gu Jingzi. Gu Jingzi said, Prince Syed, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. Let's go. There are too many people here. Let's go to the garden behind. Sure. Gu Jingzi pulled Lin Che up. They held hands intimately as they walked toward the garden step by step. More and more people were coming. It seemed like there were quite a lot of women, but they did not mingle with the men. They sat at the back with scarves around their necks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Lin Che was still looking at the beautiful fountains at the back of the garden. But suddenly, he felt a yellow thing rushing in front of him. Lin Che was startled. While he was still in a daze, Gu Jingzi had already moved in front of Lin Che. He was surprised. Only then did Lin Che see that the thing that had just rushed over was none other than a colorful lion. The male lion looked very huge. When it flashed over, everyone was stunned for a moment. It was his first time seeing a lion at such a close distance. Oh, or say. Syed looked at the outsiders disdainfully. He smiled and waved his hand, calling the lion over. When he turned around, his smile was indifferent. It was obvious that he looked down on the outsiders. I'm sorry, the servants must have let him out. But all his teeth have been pulled out, so he's not aggressive. He's been raised at home and he's still young, only 2 years old. It was true that the people here knew how to rear lions. Lin Che watched as he stroked the lion's fur. When he looked at her, he raised his eyebrows and seemed very pleased. Lin Che snorted. He stared at Lin Che. You're not scared, are you? Lin Che said, It's just a beast. It doesn't have much intelligence. What's more frightening is the human heart. The human heart has already experienced so much. Why would it be afraid of a simple beast? Oh yes, he said, beckoning. Then you can come and see and feel or say. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che. Lin Che was really not afraid. With so many people here, even if the lion wanted to attack, someone would definitely be able to kill it with a single shot. Moreover, the key point was that since he had asked her to touch it, he must be prepared. Otherwise, if something really happened to him, how could he explain himself? She took a step forward. Syed looked at her and smiled. Lin Che reached out her hand to touch it without fear. Be a good boy, don't be so naughty next time. You'll scare people if you suddenly come out. It's because you're so big, right? She stroked the lion's fur. The lion was indeed very obedient. It looked at her like a big cat, rubbing against her hand, smelling it and licking it. Lin Che was tickled by the licking. She giggled. Syed looked at her and his smile deepened. Gu Jingzi had already walked behind her. All right, stop playing. I'll bring you one next time if you like it. Lin Che shook her head. Forget it, it's meaningless. A lion is only a lion in the wild. It's no different from a cat in the yard. Syed's eyes flickered. Was she mocking him? Heh, this woman must have no other identity other than being Gu Jingzi's woman. How dare she mock him? Gu Jingzi pursed his lips and said to Lin Che, Forget it then. Moreover, we still have the prince. The prince will be angry if we bring something else back. Lin Che leaned against him, intimately and calmly. Syed was a little surprised by the simple action. His wives would never act so coquettishly. It seemed that Gu Jingzi really doted on her. Syed said, It's rare for you to come, but you didn't even stay for a few days this time. Hammond received you first and didn't even tell me. This won't do. You must come to my house tomorrow. That's too much of a hassle. If you don't go, you're not giving me face. What Hammond can receive you, but I can't. Gu Jingze looked at him. He looked back at Gu Jingze. After a while, Gu Jingze nodded. All right, since you said so, I really can't not go. Only then did Syed smile. He looked at Lin Che and said, Then, I'll see you tomorrow. Lin Che frowned. She was disgusted by his arrogant gaze. This prince was not as likable as Hammond. When they went back, it was obvious that Gu Jingze had the same thoughts as her. He didn't like Syed. He went out to greet Hammond and told him about his appointment with Syed. Hammond said, Is the prince trying to show off to me? Why? Can't he be on good terms with me? Gu Jingze said, We'll see tomorrow. I'll go back and make some preparations. All right, don't worry. He won't be able to do anything in the palace. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze out. She said, Why? Is Hammond not on good terms with Syed? Syed's mother is the princess, but Hammond doesn't even know who his mother is. What do you mean by don't know? The men here can marry 4 wives, so the king has 4 concubines. However, apart from the concubines, there are many concubines and some women he befriends outside. After giving birth to a child, he chases them away and keeps the child. When he was born, he handed the child to the 3rd princess to raise. He doesn't even know who his biological mother is. It's just that the princess's family background is too good, and they don't care about this kind of relationship. Therefore, they are blessed to be together, and the princess has given birth to 5 children. Lin Che was still very surprised. She couldn't get used to it. This was the first time she knew that the royal family here was like this. Chapter 13-16. The next day, Lin Che and Gu Jingze went to Syed's place. The place was slightly smaller than the palace, but it was still spacious. It was as luxurious as the palace. It was obvious that the royals liked to enjoy themselves. After entering the house, Syed asked someone to drive the family's tour bus and drove Gu Jingze and Lin Che to the back. Look at the pets I've been keeping recently. They entered the house and saw 2 majestic white tigers in a room. There were also a few crocodiles swimming in the water. 2 peacocks were spreading their wings in the distance. The lion from yesterday was still lying in the room, basking in the sun. Syed said, That's Alai. Alai just gave birth to a litter of cubs. Do you want to take a look? Lin Che was very interested. Cubs? That's right. Lin Che immediately followed them. When she saw the cubs, she was instantly stunned by how cute they were. They were too cute. They were like kittens, but they were different. They were so meaty and looked like balls of meat. Oh, they're so cute. She walked over and asked the servant beside her, Can I hug them? The servant smiled warmly. Of course, madam. Please be careful. Although they're just born, their teeth are still very sharp. That's great. They're so cute. She hugged the meatball and played with it in her arms. She never thought that she would be able to hug a tiger one day. After playing with them for a while, the 2 men looked at each other. Gu Jingze looked at her gently. It was a peaceful feeling that made people feel good. As for Syed, he felt a great sense of satisfaction as he looked at her. His vanity was bursting. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. It was probably because the girl's face was really happy, which made him feel as if he had done something great, which made him very happy. He walked over. If you like them, you can bring one back. The servant looked at her master in surprise. This was a very, very precious thing. Lin Che raised his head. Huh? Forget it. Although they are very cute, I still think that they should belong to nature. I don't want to keep wild animals in captivity. I'll just look at them. When the servant at the side heard this, she explained, Madam, it's really rare for the eldest prince to give it to you. You can consider it. There aren't many of these tigers left in the world. In order to let Alai give birth, we spent a few years to find a suitable tiger to breed and breed. Lin Che sighed. How extravagant. TSK, rich and willful. She shook her head. Since they're so precious, all the more I can't take them. It would be a waste to leave them with me. I don't have any appreciation skills. I only see them as cute animals. I won't even think that they're expensive. It's better to keep them here. Gu Jingze came over too. He looked at Syed and said, "We appreciate the elder prince's kindness, but it seems like my wife doesn't like it. She only likes small animals. She might not be able to control them when they grow up." Syed raised his eyebrows. "All right, if that's the case, let's go eat first." Syed looked at Gu Jingze and said, "I heard that you're no longer the master of the Gu family." "That's right," Gu Jingze said honestly. Syed said, "I'm really surprised that you're willing to give up your position as the master of the Gu family. It's nothing. It's just a responsibility. I'm happy to be able to take it off my shoulders. But you have to know how much money, how much capital, and how much power you have to give up. It's good if I can use the power, but if I can't, it'll just be a sharp knife pointed at myself. I feel relaxed now." Syed humphed. "All right. I'm surprised that you're so easily satisfied. I always thought that you were an ambitious man, but since you've given up your position as the master of the Gu family, I can say that I'm richer than you now." "Ha ha ha ha." Gu Jingze smiled but did not say anything. Syed said, "I can be arrogant in front of you from now on, but you'll have to be wary of me." Gu Jingze was still looking at him. His eyes were so profound that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Syed looked at Lin Che, who was behind him. "What about you? How do you feel about your husband giving up so much wealth?" Lin Che said, "Oh, I don't feel anything. My husband doesn't need wealth to increase his charm." Syed's eyes flickered. Gu Jingze turned around to look at her and held her hand. The two of them smiled at each other, as if they had a tacit understanding. At that moment, a few ladies walked over gracefully from behind. Looking at their appearances, they were all pretty good. When they saw them, they greeted them with a smile and bowed. "Honorable guests." Syed looked at them and said to Lin Che and Gu Jingze, "They're my wives." The three wives brought a few children with them. It seemed like they were Syed's children. Lin Che also bowed his head and saluted. The women looked at Lin Che and noticed that Lin Che and Gu Jingze were holding hands. She looked at him in surprise, but Gu Jingze held her in his arms without hesitation. This time, the princesses were even more surprised and stared at Lin Che. Syed said, "All right, let's go. The dining room is ready." The wives sat at the side tables while Lin Che and the others sat at the main table. Lin Che looked at the wives and felt that their status in the family was really. They were not even as high as the children. Syed was used to it. He sat there and said to Lin Che, "Try our food." "Thank you." She looked at the food. She was unfamiliar with it and didn't know how to eat it. She looked up. "How do you eat this?" Gu Jingze said, "I'll make it for you." He peeled the food and said to her, "Open your mouth." Lin Che opened her mouth automatically. Gu Jingze put the food into her mouth. She ate it peacefully and nodded. It tastes good." On the other side, the women watched as Gu Jingze started to serve her food. They were even more astonished. Syed squinted his eyes and looked back at his wives. He snorted and glared at them. They didn't dare to look at him anymore and lowered their heads to eat. Syed said, "I didn't know that you doted on your wife so much, Gu." It seemed that the rumors were true. Did Gu Jingze really fall out with the Gu family because of this woman? That would be too careless. Gu Jingze said, "Wives are meant to be doted on. Haha, lovers are meant to be doted on." His wife was meant to give birth to his children. Lin Che said, "Then why did you get married?" Chapter 13:17. "There are many reasons, of course," he said. Lin Che shook his head. "We get married because we want to live together for the rest of our lives. Any other reasons will only give us reasons to regret in the future, because living together for the rest of our lives is the truth." Syed smiled. "That's for you. I don't care. Anyway, if I don't want to live together for the rest of my life, there are many other women out there." Lin Che sighed. But every woman ends up the same. You're reincarnating back and forth. You're doing the same thing every day. What's the point of doing the same thing with different women? It's better to do different things with the same woman. That way, it'll count as doing a lot of things in this life. Syed was speechless for a moment. After a while, he said, all right, let's eat. The rules here are different from yours. But at that moment, suddenly, a white tiger dashed into the room. Alai, what's wrong? The helper outside screamed as the tiger charged straight at Syed. The women at the back all retreated, screaming and scattering. Syed stood there with his eyes wide open. He forgot to move at that moment. These ferocious beasts of his had never done anything bad to him. Not to mention going berserk like this. He was so surprised that he was dumbfounded. Then, Lin Che suddenly remembered that she was carrying a gun. All of a sudden, she picked up her gun, aimed it at the tiger and shot it with a bang. Although she did not practice shooting, Gu Jingze had prepared a small gun for her. It was very small and had a strong recoil. It was the kind of gun that she could hit without aiming in an emergency. Who would have thought that the first time he used it, it would be on this? After the gun was fired, the tiger howled and fell to the ground beside Syed's feet. Syed was even more dumbfounded. The servants around him had already picked up their guns. But it was too late. They had already raised their guns, but it was too late. Luckily, Lin Che fired in time. Otherwise, Syed would have fallen to the ground. Tigers would usually bite their prey's neck. A human's neck was very fragile. Syed was probably dead. All the womenfolk screamed in fright when they saw this scene. Lin Che panted and didn't react for a moment. It wasn't until Gu Jingze slowly hugged her from behind that she turned around and threw herself into Gu Jingze's embrace. Syed finally realized what was going on. He yelled angrily, "What's wrong with you guys?" They immediately reacted and knelt on the ground. Eldest prince. She probably hasn't seen her child for too long. She smelled the scent of a cub and rushed over. Syed harumphed and waved his hand. "Get out, all of you." He looked at the tiger on the ground. His voice was trembling. It was a pity, but he also felt angry. Especially in front of Gu Jingze and Lin Che, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. "Take this beast away as well." Lin Che looked at him without saying a word. Gu Jingze said, "Well, it's fine now. Although you raised it, it's still wild." His words gave Syed a way out. Syed relaxed a little. He glanced at the women behind him who were terrified. "Get out of here, all of you." At this moment, Lin Che's expression was the calmest of them all. Compared to the women who were already scared out of their wits, she stood there calmly and watched the people clean up the mess. Naturally, Lin Che was not someone who had never experienced such things. She had experienced all kinds of things over the years. She was no longer the girl who had never seen the outside world. Therefore, she didn't feel anything because of the accident. Syed took a deep look at Lin Che and chased everyone away before saying, "Thank you for saving me just now. No, I just did it subconsciously. You're welcome. But I was indeed saved by you. How about this? I'll give you a gift to thank you." "Huh? You really don't have to. Eldest prince, are you saying that you don't want to owe us a favor? So you want to pay it off with money?" Gu Jingze interrupted. Syed looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. "Haha, you're smart. But of course I won't pay it off with money. I'll remember Madam's kindness for the rest of my life. It has nothing to do with the gift. It's just a token of my appreciation." Lin Che wanted to say something, but Gu Jingze said in a low voice, "It's a pity that you don't want it. Just accept it." Lin Che looked at him. After getting his affirmation, she turned around and said, "All right, I'll accept it." At that moment, Syed waved his hand, and someone brought something over. Lin Che took a closer look. "Fuck, that golden chair. What the hell was that?" He said, "It took my workers a lot of time to make it. I was going to give it to my father at the end of the month, but it's yours now." A golden chair. What a nouveau riche. How could he be so nouveau riche? Was the gift so direct? It was too generous. Although Lin Che's heart itched when he saw the golden chair, He wondered if she should just sit on it or give it to her father. This? It's too expensive. Lin Che stared at the chair. It's just a token of my appreciation. He waved his hand proudly and asked his men to put it away. Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze gloomily. Is this very valuable? Gu Jingze nodded. Although it looks stupid, since it's made of pure gold. Its weight alone is enough to crush you. Yes, it was impossible to get it without tens of millions. Moreover, the craftsmanship on it was very complicated. Syed looked at Lin Che's surprised and speechless expression. He found it even more interesting. When Lin Che and Gu Jingze left, Syed said to Gu Jingze, "If there's a chance, I'll visit you in Sea Country. Welcome." Syed waited for Gu Jingze and Lin Che to leave. Then, he looked at his men and said, "It seems that Gu Jingze has really resigned from his position as the head of the family. However, he suddenly came to Dean City and was so close to harm and go and find out if they really have no purpose. Then why did you let them go today?" The servants knew that many excellent weapons had been prepared outside and were waiting for the eldest prince's order. "Are you asking me about my decision?" Syed's eyes narrowed. I don't dare. Syed stroked his beard and smiled at the people in front of him. Chapter 13:18. He returned to the room and looked at the concubines who had come to ask about his well-being. "Eldest prince, it was such a close call today. Get lost." Syed looked up coldly. The concubine was so frightened that she threw away her things and went back in. He snorted. "You guys can't wait for me to die. If I die, your son will be the crown prince, right?" At this moment, the first duchess, his mother, walked in. "Why did I hear that you were almost bitten by a tiger today?" "Mother, it's just a beast. I've already slaughtered it. I told you not to keep these things, but you didn't believe me." He looked in front of him, holding something calmly and thinking, "But that woman today is interesting." "Woman? What woman are you interested in again?" "That woman. Gu Jingze brought her here." The first duchess was stunned. "You mean, that's Gu Jingze's wife, right? He won't bring any other women with him, only her. What are you going to do? Don't mess around. Gu Jingze dotes on her a lot. Be careful not to cause trouble." "Gu Jingze? He's just a tiger with broken teeth. He's useless now. He's not the Gu family's master anymore. Do I have to be afraid of him?" The first duchess stood in front of him and looked at him threateningly. Her cold face made Syed panic. "Don't forget that you were almost swallowed by a tiger with its teeth broken today." Syed's face froze. "Humph," the first duchess said. "Behave yourself. Haman is more convincing than you in the media now. It's all because you've been messing around." "Haman?" Syed's face froze. The thing in his hand stiffened. Lin Che watched as the chair was moved away. He heaved a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect to earn such a chair after coming here. But can I melt it when I bring it back? I feel guilty if I sit on it. Since it's a gift to you, you can do whatever you want. But the craftsmanship is very valuable. This chair must have been made for a year. Are you sure you want to melt it?" Lin Che looked at the ostentatious chair. He really didn't know what the first prince's brain was made of. "All right, then let's move it back and worship it." Soon, he returned to his residence. Haman was already waiting for him. Seeing that Gu Jingze had returned, she walked over and asked, "Did he say anything?" Gu Jingze nodded. "Don't worry, I didn't do anything." Haman said, "That's good. I was worried that he would do something bad to you. Recently, we have been quite close. Perhaps he is already on guard. The old king is still here. What's there to be anxious about?" Haman said, "Recently, there has been a rumor that father is secretly treating his illness. Perhaps he believed it. In short, I don't believe it. The first prince is probably too impatient to become the crown prince. I feel that this is most likely a rumor spread by father to test our intentions." Gu Jingze thought for a while. "Don't you have a mission to Country Sea soon?" "Yeah. I've already started preparing. I'm contacting your big brother. He should be there soon." Will you go? Maybe. It depends on father's arrangement. Okay, let me know when you arrive. I definitely will. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Jingze. Then, I won't hinder you from having fun with your woman. Gu Jingze looked back at Lin Che and said, I'm going back first. Hammond nudged him. Well, you have good luck with women. Good looks. And a mind. It's quite interesting. That look was still saying how interesting it was when she appeared as a seductress. Gu Jingze gave him a look and turned back to pull Lin Che up. Following Gu Jingze back to Country C, Lin Che felt a little depressed. When they reached Dian, they didn't take a good stroll. They went straight to the palace and were busy for a few days. In the company, Yu Minmin looked at her ring and said, It really doesn't match your status. Where's your wedding ring? You should wear that. Lin Che said, That's too expensive. I'm afraid of losing it. Ha, your family is still short of money. Afraid of losing it. Why don't you just be stingy to death? I'm happy. Our family is no longer the head of the family. It's not as prestigious as before. I don't think so at all. Yu Minmin leaned closer and said, Do you think Gu Jingze is plotting something? I just think that a smart person like him wouldn't let the Gu family take everything away so easily without any benefits for himself. Is he planning to come back one day and beat them to a pulp? You've watched too many TV dramas. Lin Che patted her head. Hey, you're really? Yu Minmin shook her head. Isn't that the case? Lin Che ate and said, I really don't think so. I've never thought about it. I think it's pretty good now. TSK. You've been raised by your husband to be a naive and sweet girl. With your husband around, you don't think about anything, right? I don't have to think about it. Lin Che was still sighing. Going to Dian was a waste. Yu Minmin said, Don't try to show off. Go directly to the palace. That's the most luxurious place in Dean City. After going to the palace, you won't feel anything when you look at the heaven-defying buildings in Dean City. Lin Che said, Go away. What's so fun about the palace? The richest palace in the world. Hey, if you don't believe me, you can casually ask others. Is that a place where anyone can go? They're not allowed to enter at all. How many people are envious of you for being able to enter so openly? Lin Che said, Their eldest prince is very abnormal, and they'll come for a visit in a while. You should be able to see them then. They're very abnormal. Ah, they'll come for a visit. Oh, that's great. I'll ask Gu Jingming if he can get me a seat. I heard that their princes are very handsome. They're all good-looking, but they're really abnormal. You don't know, really? Of course I don't know, because the person going there is you. Yu Minmin said, You've seen the royal family that's so popular in the world now. That's why I say that you're still pretending to be innocent after getting such a great deal. However, Gu Jingze is also amazing. He went to Dean City to take you on a day trip. When are they coming? I really want to go and join in the fun. Lin Che said, I don't know. Anyway, it'll be soon. Yu Minmin said, Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. I've recently accepted a Hollywood movie for Shui Yang. There aren't many scenes, but he can try it first. Ah, really? Lin Che was interested and asked, When are you going? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.